Chapter 2998. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ear-piercing laughter echoed in the main hall. The three ordinary disciples of the Demon Master residence were extremely smug. To them, being able to ride on a devil general's head and shit, and pee was simply too satisfying. It was something they didn't even dare to think about. However, after laughing, they realized that their mission was not yet complete. Their mission was to provoke the demon general, Sword 18, and make him attack them. According to the plan, the moment Sword 18 attacked, someone would come to save them. In fact, these idiots didn't understand the real goal of the mission at all, which was to kill the three of them. Only if they died here would it be a reason to attack. They had been completely fooled. What's this kid doing here? I've never seen him before. Suddenly, one of the ordinary disciples looked at Ling Xiao and asked curiously, "It's none of your business." Jian Luoying looked at her junior brother, lying on the ground and eating the food that was deliberately knocked over. Her heart was bleeding. However, she also knew that once she made a move, she would give others an excuse. At that time, the entire Wine Demon residence would be in trouble. However, the more she thought about it, the more useless she felt. It would be better to fight a fierce battle. Even if she died, she would die with dignity. So, what if she lived for 100 years like this? It's none of our business, but we're going to interfere. One of them walked up to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "What are you doing here, kid?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Apprenticeship." Apprenticeship? The three frowned. This was the first time someone dared to come to Sword 18 and ask him to be his master. Even Sword 18 was stunned for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao. "Kid, listen to my advice. You've seen how cowardly Sword 18 is. Forget about asking him to be your master. Hurry up and go back to where you came from." One of the Demon Master resident's disciples waved his hand. However, Ling Xiao stood still. Sword 18's strength was definitely powerful. Ling Xiao could feel it even without using the Taiji Eye. Sword 18 did look a little cowardly on the surface, but that was because he couldn't bear to see the people he was protecting killed. If he was alone, he wouldn't be so cowardly. Therefore, Ling Xiao felt that Sword 18 was qualified to be his current master. At the very least, this person's character was much better than the heavenly demon generals. Scram! The disciples of the Devil Master Mansion felt that they had lost face. They had personally tried to persuade Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not move at all. This was something that they could not accept. "Watch your mouth. I'm not the 18th blade." Ling Xiao coldly looked at the person who spoke and said, "I told you to scram. What else can you do? Do you still dare to attack?" That person was still arrogant. "Ha ha ha. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do anything to you. He's not the 18th sword. He doesn't have that kind of power." Another person also mocked. In their opinion, those who came here to seek a master were mostly those who couldn't survive in the outside world. Only the third person had an uncertain expression on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, but was unsure of what it was. "Pa!" A loud slap sounded in the main hall. The face of the Devil Master Mansion's disciple who told Ling Xiao to scram immediately swelled up. A martial artist at the 15th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, his combat strength was not as good as Fang Feiyun's. How dare he be so arrogant in front of Ling Xiao? He was asking for a beating. Both Sword 18 and Jian Luoying were stunned. This kid was really arrogant. He even dared to hit a disciple of the Devil Master Mansion. Although those three were ordinary disciples, they represented the Devil Master Mansion. Was he not afraid of the Devil Master Mansion's revenge? Of course, at the same time, they also began to worry about the safety of the Wine Demon Mansion. If the Devil Master Mansion came looking for trouble, because of this, they would be in trouble. As if seeing through Sword 18's worries, Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Lord Wine Demon General, don't worry. If I'm not wrong, as long as these three are not killed, the Devil Master Mansion won't do anything." The Devil Master didn't take action directly. Instead, he sent someone to pick a fight. This means that he also wants a reason to take action. But this reason must be someone died. It's just a few ordinary disciples being beaten up. It's not a big deal. Besides, I'm an outsider, not a member of the Wine Demon Mansion. Even if I kill them, you can push all the blame to me. Sword 18's face reddened at these words. Jian Luoying also lowered her head. "Little brother, you're really not afraid of power. But if you do that, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble." Sword 18 quickly regained his composure. After all, he had seen many people like Ling Xiao, unwilling to lower their heads, unwilling to endure, and force their way through everything. That was why they died so quickly. Even if they were geniuses, they had no future prospects. Bad luck? Ling Xiao smiled disapprovingly. If teaching a lesson to a few ordinary disciples who were riding on his head would bring him bad luck, then he would rather be unlucky than be humiliated. Moreover, if someone wanted to bring him bad luck, then he would drag them down with him. Even if he died, he would drag a few down with him. "That's right, you're finished." The person who told Ling Xiao to scram just now was furious after being slapped by Ling Xiao. He was about to attack and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. "This is the Wine Demon Mansion. Let's fight outside." Ling Xiao turned and walked outside. He was extremely fast. The three disciples of the Demon Lord Mansion didn't think much and followed him out. Sword 18 and Jian Luoying looked at each other and followed. Outside the Wine Demon Mansion, the guards laughed out loud. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so useless. Even Sword 18 doesn't want you." Ling Xiao didn't have time to listen to these idiots' mockery. When he reached the open space outside, he stopped. Then, the three disciples of the Demon Lord Mansion chased after him. Sword 18 and Jian Luoying were behind them. There were also many disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion standing halfway up the mountain to see what was going on. "Hey, I heard that a newcomer wanted to be apprenticed, but he was threatened by the three lackeys of the Demon Lord Mansion. He actually slapped one of them. Damn, that was so satisfying. But this kid is finished. His cultivation level isn't high, and he probably doesn't have a backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Wine Demon Mansion. Yeah, what a pity. He's the first person who dared to beat up a disciple of the Demon Lord Mansion in 100 years. I really don't want him to die. I've been holding this in for 100 years. I've had enough. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to cause trouble for the Wine Demon General, I'd like to have some fun too. What's there to be afraid of? Most of the disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion didn't want to be humiliated like this. Although some of them were already numb, most of them had accumulated a terrifying amount of anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts. It was really like a barrel of dynamite that would explode at the slightest touch. Therefore, they were very satisfied that Ling Xiao dared to beat up a disciple of the Demon Lord Mansion. It was the best enjoyment in 100 years. They had never felt like this before. Chapter 2999. Wow, this kid is really something. He actually got into a fight with someone from the Demon Master residence. The guards outside the Wine Demon residence looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. Of course, their attitude was different from the people from the Wine Demon residence. He's just courting death. I've seen a lot of people like him. Another guard sneered. That's right. Let's just watch a show today. The guards even took out snacks and sat there eating them with relish. At this moment, the disciple who had been slapped by Ling Xiao had already pounced on Ling Xiao. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a disciple of the Demon Master residence. He was used to being arrogant. In the past, he used to ride on the wine demon general's head and was not afraid of anything. So, it had become a habit. He did not know fear at all, nor did he know who he had provoked. After all, as a disciple of the Demon Master residence, there was basically no one who dared to provoke them. Everyone watched this scene, nervously. Even Sword 18 could not bear to watch Ling Xiao being killed. The guards, on the other hand, were eating with relish and watching with relish. The other people from the Wine Demon residence clenched their fists, wondering if they should attack. Only Jian, Luoying, looked indifferent, because she knew Ling Xiao's strength. Smack! There was a crisp sound of a slap, and this time the sound was louder. It was also heavier. Half of the disciple's face was completely swollen. He fell to the ground and struggled for a long time, but he could not get up. Don't think that you're a genius just because you're a disciple of the Demon Master residence. In my eyes, you're all trash. Go back and stay obediently. Maybe you can keep your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao did not intend to kill. After all, these three were disciples of the Demon Master residence. If he killed them, there would be a lot of trouble, but he still dared to beat them into a pulp. You're courting death. Of course, the other two would not be so obedient. They thought that by joining forces, they could defeat Ling Xiao. The two of them attacked Ling Xiao from the left and right at the same time, using peak soldier level martial arts techniques. Crack! Different voices rang out at the same time. Everyone was shocked to see that the arms of the two disciples of the Devil Master Mansion had already been forcefully pulled off. It was bloody. They were like pigs whose fur had been scalded as they screamed crazily. Ling Xiao casually threw the two arms on the ground and coldly said, "Do you still want to continue? Just you wait. The Devil Master Mansion will not let you off." The two of them picked up the arm that had fallen on the ground and carried the other fainted guy. They fled hundreds of meters away in a flash before shouting at the others. However, when they saw Ling Xiao looking at them, they ran away in fear. We've been bullied by such trash for so long. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. That's right. Our Wine Demon Mansion's strength is not weak. However, in order to conceal his strength and bide his time, the Wine Demon General has always placed us at the bottom of the competition for the Black Tortoise Seal. Sigh, I've had enough of these cowardly days. The people of the Wine Demon Mansion watched the three ordinary disciples of the Devil Master Mansion flee in embarrassment, although they felt good. They also felt extremely cowardly at the same time. If they had been bullied by the Devil Master, it would have been fine. However, they had been bullied by these three trash. This was simply a great humiliation. However, they did not want to cause trouble for the Wine Demon General. After all, if it had not been for the Wine Demon General, they would have been dead long ago. It was extremely contradictory. On the other side, the snacks in the hands of the guards all fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open. A 16-year-old boy had easily defeated three disciples of the Devil Master Mansion who were at the advanced stage of the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Wasn't this a genius? However, how could a genius not be wanted and instead come to the 18th sword to be his disciple? Ah, I remember now. A guard suddenly shouted, "Ling Xiao! This guy is Ling Xiao." "What Ling Xiao?" Someone asked. "Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Sky Demon Mansion. In this entrance examination, he not only won 3 consecutive championships, but also broke numerous records. Just today, he killed the personal disciple of the Heavenly Demon General Fang Feiyun on the life and death platform. I heard that the Devil Master has begun to pay attention to him. He said that as long as he can reach the 16th level of hell in the first transformation before the age of 20, he will let him cultivate in the Devil Master Mansion. The most ridiculous thing is that the heavenly demon general wants to accept him as his personal disciple, but he refused. Do you know that he refused? The guard's voice was very loud, not to mention the people around him. Even the people of the Wine Demon Mansion halfway up the mountain heard it. All of them were dumbfounded. Why would a person with such monstrous talent and such a bright future come to the Wine Demon Mansion? Why did he want to be the disciple of the 18th sword? Why? The 18th sword asked directly. Why what? Ling Xiao asked back. You can obviously become the personal disciple of the heavenly demon general when your cultivation reaches the 16th level of hell in the first transformation. You can even enter the Devil Master Mansion. You can become the personal disciple of the Devil Master. But you chose me? You should know that the Wine Demon Mansion is a crime. Once you join, you lose the right to enter the Devil Master Mansion. The 18th sword said, Oh, I know all that. But the heavenly demon general's character is too bad. I don't like him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Is that reason enough? Just because of that. Jian Luoying found it a bit unbelievable, but the 18th sword believed it to be true. Geniuses usually had strange personalities. If they didn't like something, they wouldn't choose it no matter how good it was. Forget it. I beat up a disciple of the Devil Master Mansion today. I don't think the Wine Demon General will accept me. Goodbye. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he wanted to become the 18th sword's personal disciple, Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't stand that kind of attitude. Sometimes he would endure it, but there was a limit. He wouldn't endure it indefinitely. That would be too cowardly. Wait a moment. The 18th sword suddenly said, Are you really willing to take me as your master? Father, accept him. This Ling Xiao's talent is extraordinary. He's definitely not inferior to Empress Lan or Mei Chen. Your daughter has already tried before. Jian Luoying hurriedly said, Don't say anything. The 18th sword waved his hand and looked at Ling Xiao. Of course, but Lord Wine Demon General, although I admire your spirit of enduring for 100 years for the people of the Wine Demon Mansion, to be honest, I can't do it. I'm a person who likes to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. That's why my reputation isn't good. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Maybe we really aren't suitable to be master and disciple. I want you, the 18th sword suddenly said. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Didn't you want to take me as your master? From now on, you are a member of the Wine Demon Mansion, a personal disciple of the Wine Demon General. I don't dare to promise anything else, but I, the 18th sword, can guarantee your safety in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. The Wine Demon General looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, Although he was very tolerant and cowardly, none of the disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion had been killed for so many years. Chapter 3000. Father, you actually accepted Ling Xiao as your disciple. I really didn't expect this. Ling Xiao had some matters to attend to, so he returned to the Sky Demon residence to handle the paperwork for his departure. Jian Luoying asked her father, Sword 18th, curiously. He's a good child and a very talented one. If not for us, he wouldn't have offended the Demon Lord residence. That's why I have a reason to protect him. Sword 18th said, Given that kid's personality, he probably won't take it lying down. But with me around, no one can hurt him, not even the Demon Lord. Hearing these words, Jian Luoying understood everything. Leaving Ling Xiao to fend for himself meant that either Ling Xiao would be killed or he would escape. Neither was what Sword 18th wanted. Only by taking Ling Xiao into the Wine Demon residence could he protect Ling Xiao and restrain Ling Xiao at the same time. Of course, besides this reason, Sword 18th had another thought. He only had one daughter, but his ultimate techniques were only suitable for men to cultivate. In his mind, Ling Xiao was the most suitable successor for the inheritance. In the battle back then, he'd suffered severe internal injuries. Although it didn't affect his battle prowess, his lifespan had been greatly reduced. He hoped that after his death, there would be someone to protect the Wine Demon residence for him. And Ling Xiao was the best candidate. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know any of this. He'd already returned to the Sky Demon residence. As soon as he arrived, he ran into the demon envoy Lin Xian. "Where did you go this time?" Lin Xian frowned. "I'm afraid you can't control where I go. Also, starting today, I'm leaving the Sky Demon residence and joining the Wine Demon residence. Out of sight, out of mind, and out of mind, we'll mind our own business. Bye-bye." Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Xian, then went into his room and began to pack his things. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all, as if she didn't exist. "How dare you betray the Sky Demon residence?" Lin Xian shouted harshly. "Betray? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. I merely withdrew from the Heavenly Demon residence and became a direct disciple of the Wine Demon residence." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Also, if I'm not wrong, that old dog Heavenly Demon General should have sent you to kill me, right? For someone who wants to kill me, how can I stay by his side?" "You." Lin Xian frowned. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have guessed everything. Not only was his strength terrifying, but he was also very smart. It seemed that it was not possible to hide anything. All of a sudden, a vicious plan appeared in her mind. "How could that be? The Heavenly Demon General didn't say anything like that. He even asked me to invite you to a banquet." Lin Xian smiled. "Banquet?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's a trap." "Of course not. This banquet is the engagement banquet between Xiao Qiqi and my brother, Lin Feiyang. As Xiao Qiqi's friend, you should attend." Lin Xian maintained her smile. What a drama queen. "Engagement banquet?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Why would Qiqi be engaged to that trash? It's a bit too much to call him trash. Ever since my brother became Chen Luo's disciple, he has broken through to the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 15th level of hell. Although he can't compare to your crazy cultivation speed, he's still a genius. He and Xiao Qiqi are a match made in heaven." Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. "Haha, I don't believe it." Ling Xiao smiled. Xiao Qiqi's real name was Golden Phoenix Qiqi, the little princess of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Why would she like Lin Feiyang? The Lin family was not bad, but the strongest person in the Lin family was only a deputy commander of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. How could they compare with the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace? It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Tonight, under the Yu Lao tree at the back of the mountain. If you don't come, Qiqi will be very disappointed." With that, she turned and left. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian's back with a gloomy face. What is this woman up to now? No, I have to find Qiqi and ask her. Although Ling Xiao did not believe Lin Xian's words, he did not rule out the possibility that the Heavenly Demon General would force Jin Feng Qiqi to marry Lin Feiyang. After all, if the 1st and 13th Demon Generals worked together, they would become stronger. However, when he went to the Heavenly Demon Mansion's Demon General Hall, he was stopped by someone who said that Xiao Qiqi did not want to see him. Ling Xiao wanted to force his way in, but he held back in the end. With his current strength, he would be courting death if he forced his way into the Demon General Hall. Even if the Heavenly Demon General did not make a move, any of his personal guards could pose a great threat to him. Qiqi. Ling Xiao looked at the sky. "Okay, I'll go to the Yu Lao tree at the back of the mountain tonight. Even if it's a trap, It's better than forcing my way into the demon general hall. It was impossible for him to ignore Jin Feng Chi-Chi's matter. If something really happened to Jin Feng Chi-Chi, he would definitely feel sorry in his heart. Although they had not known each other for long, Jin Feng Chi-Chi was like his own sister. How could he not care? He stayed in his residence until night fell. Ling Xiao set off and went to the Yu Lao tree at the back of the mountain. Just after he left, a figure appeared behind him. She was very far away and had restrained her aura, so Ling Xiao did not notice her. This time, I'm using my own brother as bait. How can you, Ling Xiao, not die? Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao's back and revealed a cruel sneer. After her brother Lin Feiyang's cultivation had broken through, he had come to the heavenly demon mansion to look for Ling Xiao several times. He wanted to take revenge for the entrance examination. Previously, Ling Xiao was not there, so it did not succeed. However, this time Ling Xiao and his younger brother should be able to settle things. She knew that her brother was no match for Ling Xiao. After all, even Fang Feiyun was killed by Ling Xiao. But this was where she was vicious. If Ling Xiao injured her brother, or even killed him, Chun Luo, the 13th Devil General, would definitely not let the matter rest. At that time, how could Ling Xiao be fine? Moreover, this time, Ling Xiao might not be able to get away with it. Her brother had a treasure in his hands. Although it was a one-time use item, it was extremely powerful. If Ling Xiao underestimated the enemy, then he would definitely die under this treasure. At that time, she only needed to pick up the corpse. The plan was perfect. She looked at the time and prepared to make her move 10 minutes later. She was afraid that if she went early, she would attract Ling Xiao's attention and alert the enemy. Ling Xiao did not know what kind of tricks this vicious woman had up her sleeves. He was worried about Jin Feng Chi-Chi, so he ran all the way, using the demonic dragon phantom movement technique to the extreme. He rushed towards the Yu Lao tree at the back of the mountain. But when he reached the Yu Lao tree, there was no banquet. There was only one person standing there, sneering at him. In that instant, Ling Xiao understood everything. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. What are you laughing at? Lin Feiyang frowned and asked. Of course I'm laughing, because this is a trap. I'm relieved that Chi-Chi is fine. Chapter 3001. You actually have the time to care about others. You should be more concerned about your own safety. Lin Feiyang said coldly, Today, this will be your burial ground. I want to take revenge for the entrance exam. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao felt that it was a little funny. This Lin Feiyang really didn't know his own strength. You're the idiot, Lin Feiyang said angrily. Ha ha. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly moved his feet. Before Lin Feiyang could even react to what had happened, his entire body was sent flying. The heavy palm print caused half of Lin Feiyang's face to swell. You want to take revenge on me? Looking at Lin Feiyang's shocked expression, Ling Xiao said mockingly, Don't you know that I killed that trash Fang Feiyun? How are you compared to Fang Feiyun? You actually dare to find trouble with me? Bullsh *T. I've seen senior brother Fang. He's a martial artist at the 15th level of hell in Yinyang realm. How can you kill him with your strength? Lin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said, I was careless and got hit by you. Now, it's time for me to fight back. Looking at this idiot, Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain anything. However, he was very curious. Lin Feiyang was Lin Xian's brother. Lin Xian would definitely tell this guy about him. Ling Xiao. How could Lin Feiyang not know? Could it be that Lin Xian also schemed against her own brother? Good Lord, she's really vicious. after figuring out the crux of the matter. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel goosebumps. He had seen vicious people before. However, there weren't many like Lin Xian who schemed against her own brother. This woman was too sinister. Seeing that Ling Xiao ignored him, Lin Feiyang was furious. He was about to explode. He released the aura of a martial artist at the 15th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao, when I was at the peak of the 14th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm, I was able to kill a martial artist at the 15th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. And now, I've broken through to the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 15th level, the early stage of hell. He could directly challenge a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation's 15th level of hell. In front of me, you're not even worth a fart. Lin Feiyang, this guy, seemed to have forgotten that he had just been slapped in the face. He was actually still showing off. Although Ling Xiao had to admit that this idiot had some talent, in his eyes, he was still worthless. You've spoken too much nonsense. If you want to take revenge on me, make your move. Ling Xiao roughly knew what that *TCH Lin Xian wanted to do. Regardless of whether he killed Lin Feiyang or not, he would offend the 13th Demon General Chen Luo because of tonight's battle. Although Chen Luo's strength was inferior to the other 12 devil generals, he was much more powerful than Ling Xiao. Lin Xian, this bitch, wanted Chen Luo to deal with him. But what was he afraid of? Now that he was a disciple of the 18th sword, he could just hide in the Wine Demon Manor. Even the Devil Lord wouldn't dare to kill someone in the Wine Demon residence. At most, he would just humiliate the Wine Demon General. Not to mention a mere newly appointed devil, General Chen Luo. Now, he realized that the move he had made was too important. Joining the Wine Demon residence was much safer than staying in the Sky Demon residence, where he was surrounded by enemies. Thinking of this, he sneered. Since Lin Feiyang wanted to die, he didn't mind sending this idiot on his way. During the entrance exam, Lin Feiyang should have already died if the original 13 devil generals hadn't suddenly interfered. Today's incident wouldn't have happened. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how important it was to get rid of the danger ahead of time. While he was thinking about these things, Lin Feiyang had already prepared his strongest move. It was the same martial technique that he had used during the entrance exam, but whether it was the intensity or the power, it was much stronger. Die, Ling Xiao! You have no future in the Sword Dynasty. Lin Feiyang roared. His figure flashed and pounced at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The dazzling golden light had already wrapped around Lin Feiyang's body. The terrifying pressure was several times stronger than before. Golden Crow Palm. Lin Feiyang was at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of hell, combined with his perfection stage cultivation. This move was extremely powerful. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of hell, would not dare to take it head-on. They would definitely choose to avoid it. Otherwise, once they were hit, they might be melted by the blazing golden light. Lin Feiyang had already forgotten the pain on his face. At this moment, there was only excitement and madness in his eyes. After holding it in for several days, he could finally vent his displeasure. Look at Ling Xiao's stupid appearance. He must have been scared silly. He didn't even dare to dodge. Good, no one in the Demon Dragon Sword Court would care about this trash anyway. If he dies, then he dies. Boom. The terrifying palm energy was completely vented on Ling Xiao's head. Lin Feiyang was vicious enough. He knew that if he hit Ling Xiao's body, he might not be able to kill Ling Xiao, so he chose to hit Ling Xiao's head directly. As long as Ling Xiao's head was destroyed, Ling Xiao would not be able to survive. However, the moment the golden crow palm hit Ling Xiao, Lin Feiyang felt that something was wrong. His palm did not hit a person, but a piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron. You didn't believe me when I said you were an idiot. You dare to seek revenge with such a weak attack? Poor kid, you were used by your own sister as bait. A cold voice came from Ling Zhao's mouth. Lin Feiyang wanted to retreat in fear. However, he realized that his palms seemed to be sucked in and could not move. Ling Zhao reached out and grabbed Lin Feiyang's arms. Then, he started to pry them apart. The bones were under terrifying pressure and made creaking sounds. Lin Feiyang felt that his arms were about to break. At this moment, he was filled with extreme fear. His all-out attack was so weak in front of Ling Zhao. Could it be that this guy was telling the truth? Fang Feiyun was really killed by Ling Zhao? When he thought of this, Lin Feiyang felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He knew what Ling Zhao was going to do, because he could feel the pain coming from his arms. No, I admit defeat. I lost. Lin Feiyang was scared, but would Ling Zhao spare him? He kept causing trouble for Ling Zhao. With Ling Zhao's personality, he should get rid of this kind of person as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be a source of trouble. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was so clear in the silent night sky. Ah! Then, Lin Feiyang's hysterical scream was heard. Both of his arms were actually broken by Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao threw Lin Feiyang to the ground. He was waiting for Chun Luo and Lin Xian to come. He believed that Chun Luo would come. Lin Xian's trap was to let Chun Luo deal with him. Chapter 3002. If Ling Zhao's guess was correct, Lin Xian would definitely bring Chun Luo here. However, Lin Xian probably didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could subdue Lin Feiyang in such a short time. Spare me, spare me. I will never find trouble with you again. Lin Feiyang's arms drooped. He used his head to prop his body up and then knelt there, begging for mercy. Although he looked very sincere, Ling Zhao, with his sharp senses, could still detect a trace of imperceptible coldness from the corner of his eyes. This kid is still thinking about tricking me. Ling Zhao sighed in his heart. This Lin Feiyang really didn't learn to be obedient. Fine, since you want to trick me, I'll give you a chance. I'd like to see what other tricks you have. Ling Zhao had life backtrack, so he wasn't worried about what Lin Feiyang would do. Moreover, there was a high probability that he wouldn't need to use life backtrack at all. He had too many ways to save his life. He simply smiled and said, I can spare you. Your master, Chun Luo, will be here in a moment. Ask him to give me a set of general-level martial arts, and I'll spare you. No problem, no problem. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. Lin Feiyang said loudly. Ling Zhao smiled and nodded. Then he stood up and said, I'm going to relieve myself. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. If you do that, it won't just be your arms being broken. You'll really lose your life. After saying that, he walked to the side. He was less than 30 meters away from Lin Feiyang. With his back facing Lin Feiyang, he pretended to relieve himself. He had to create an opportunity for Lin Feiyang. Otherwise, how could this kid take out his trump card? As expected, looking at Ling Zhao's back, Lin Feiyang's original fear turned into complete anger and ferocity. Ling Zhao, your biggest mistake was not killing me. Now, I'll make you suffer pain countless times worse than losing your arms. He sneered, and a golden light flew out from his storage ring. It was a spiritual talisman. It was not a blood soul talisman, but an ordinary talisman. Golden light flowed on the talisman paper, and strange inscriptions flickered on it. Vaguely, one could even see the image of a golden crow. The moment the talisman was taken out, Ling Zhao turned around. He could feel the terrifying power of this talisman. The surrounding air seemed to have been completely burned and boiled. It was as if his body had been thrown into a furnace. If it were not for the protection of the divine fire, he would have been burned to death before the talisman could be released. Golden Crow Talisman? Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Xiao had heard and seen talismans before. Only those immortals in the immortal court continent could make them. Even if they were sold to other continents, the price would still be extremely expensive. However, one had to admit that under the expensive price, the power was terrifying. He had a feeling that the Golden Crow Divine Talisman in Lin Feiyang's hand could definitely smash him into pieces. "You're finished, Ling Xiao." Lin Feiyang laughed. "My Lin clan only has 2 Golden Crow talismans, and they were bought with the money we saved up over the years. One for me, and the other for my sister, to make sure we don't get killed. The Golden Crow Divine Talisman is so terrifying that anyone under the life-seizing level would find it difficult to defend against it. Considering the level of your cultivation base, you'll be easily killed. Speaking of which, it's a bit of a waste to use it on you. But you have to die, no matter what." Lin Feiyang laughed viciously, enduring the pain in his arms. No one would be able to escape from the heat of the Golden Crow Divine Talisman. Ling Xiao had been caught off guard, and now that he was trapped, there was no other possibility than death. "Go, Golden Crow Divine Talisman!" He roared, and a beam of golden light shot out, moving with even more terrifying speed than Ling Xiao's earth-penetrating golden light magic. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao, and then slammed into him. With this kind of speed, even if Ling Xiao wasn't trapped in the golden light, he wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Feiyang was absolutely certain that Ling Xiao was going to die. He laughed maniacally as the image of Ling Xiao being burnt to a crisp appeared in his mind. Ling Xiao, you wasted one of my Golden Crow Divine Talismans. Even if you die, you should be proud." Even as the words left his mouth, the Golden Crow Divine Talisman began to radiate terrifying heat. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountaintop was enveloped. The trees inside were instantly reduced to ash. It was a ball of golden light, like a golden sun. Off in the distance, Lin Xian and Chen Luo were rushing toward the Elder Moon Tree when they saw the blinding light. Lin Xian frowned. She had never imagined that Lin Feiyang would use the Golden Crow Divine Talisman so quickly. This time, in order to convince her little brother that her plan would work, she had given her own Golden Crow Divine Talisman to Lin Feiyang. Her useless little brother was too useless. He couldn't even hold on for 10 minutes. But it didn't matter. Since the Golden Crow Divine Talisman had been used, Ling Xiao was bound to die. She had to make some changes to her plan. Her original plan had 2 directions of development. If Ling Xiao didn't die, Chen Luo would kill him. If Ling Xiao died, Chen Luo could clean up the mess. With Chen Luo around, even if Ling Xiao died, no one in the Demon Dragon Sword Court would dare to say anything. As for that cowardly Sword 18, even if he really wanted to find trouble, he would definitely find trouble with Chen Luo. It had nothing to do with her. Everything was flawless. The moment they arrived at the Elder Moon Tree, Lin Xian and Chen Luo saw a shocking scene. The entire mountaintop had been melted by the terrifying Golden Crow Divine Talisman. The ground was charred black. All the plants had been burned to ashes. As for Ling Xiao, he had disappeared. Only Lin Feiyang was sitting there, laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha, he's dead, he's dead. Ling Xiao is finally dead." Lin Feiyang was very crazy. It wasn't easy to kill the guy he hated. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. What the hell happened? Chen Luo looked at all this in surprise and asked, "Master?" Lin Feiyang saw Chen Luo and said excitedly, "Master, Ling Xiao wanted to kill me." I had no choice but to use the Golden Crow divine talisman. I see. Chun Luo nodded and looked at the burnt mountaintop. He sneered and said, if he's dead, he's dead. It's just Ling Xiao. Feiyang, no matter who asks, you just need to say that I killed him. Ha ha! You really know how to protect your disciple. Suddenly, without warning, a cold laughter sounded in everyone's ears. Ghost! Lin Feiyang was shocked. He could tell that the laughter was Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was already dead. How could he laugh? Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Chapter 3003. Hee, as expected, there's a golden crow talisman inside. Ling Xiao didn't care about other things, but this golden crow talisman was so powerful that he had to get it. The reason why he didn't die was not because he blocked the attack of the golden crow talisman, nor was it because he escaped. Of course, it wasn't because he used life backtrack. It was because Xiao Jin made a move. Xiao Jin swallowed the terrifying heat completely. At this moment, he was preparing to break through in the mountain river world. Once this terrifying heat was completely digested, Xiao Jin's strength would probably be much stronger than his. Only then would he feel at ease. Impossible. How can you still be alive under the Golden Crow talisman? Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly appear, Lin Feiyang's first reaction was disbelief. He wasn't afraid. Chun Luo and Lin Xian were both here. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him, not to mention kill him. He was just shocked that Ling Xiao could survive under the terrifying power of the Golden Crow talisman. Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao sneered and said, for a frog at the bottom of a well like you, do you think that the Golden Crow talisman is invincible? You should be more concerned about how I'm going to kill you if you can't kill me. Do you dare to kill me? With my sister and master here. You won't dare to do it even if you have 10 times the courage, Lin Feiyang said proudly. Although it was a great loss for him to waste a Golden Crow talisman, fortunately, all the people who could help him were here. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao now. Ha ha! With a sneer, Ling Xiao released a sharp sword aura from one of his fingers and directly pierced Lin Feiyang's shoulder blade. I don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I've even killed a demon general. Who do you think you are? If you dare to kill him, I'll let you die. Chun Luo took a step forward and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. That's what you said. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. The sharp sword aura on his fingertip was released again. But this time, it didn't pierce through the shoulder blade, but Lin Feiyang's throat. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your idiot master. Do you think I, Ling Xiao, am someone who can be threatened? If he had used something in exchange for your life, that could still be discussed. But now that he has threatened me, I can only assume that he doesn't care about your life at all. When Ling Xiao spoke, Lin Feiyang still had a bit of consciousness. In his heart, other than shock and confusion, there was more despair and fear. They were too full of themselves, thinking that Ling Xiao was someone they could assassinate, plot against, and threaten as they wished. He was a Lin Feiyang's SS. He was C's. Lin was just as Ling Xiao killed Lin Feiyang. Another person arrived at the scene. It was the Heavenly Demon General. Lin Xian told the Heavenly Demon General when she was planning, hoping that he would come to watch the show. But she didn't expect that when the Heavenly Demon General arrived, he would see Lin Feiyang being killed by Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Demon General's eyes were filled with shock. He knew about the Golden Crow talisman. Lin Xian had won. He also knew the power of the Golden Crow talisman. Even he would be seriously injured if he was hit by it. Moreover, the Golden Crow talisman was very fast. Once it locked on, there was no escape. He knew about the plan tonight. He thought Ling Xiao would be blasted to pieces by the Golden Crow talisman. At least, he should be seriously injured. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was unharmed. Lin Feiyang was dead. What on earth happened? He was very confused. He was more afraid of Ling Xiao. He was starting to regret it now. Perhaps he should have accepted Ling Xiao as his personal disciple from the start. Then he wouldn't have been slapped in the face. And he was sure that if he had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple, Ling Xiao wouldn't have refused. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Facing Ling Xiao, who kept rising and creating unbelievable miraculous events, he felt a deep sense of dread. More importantly, Ling Xiao was recognized by Jian Luoying as her personal disciple. This was a bit troublesome. If he didn't kill him, he would become a great enemy in the future. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. He might as well kill Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he already had a plan. At this time, Demon General Chen Luo was looking at Ling Xiao with unusually fierce and vicious eyes. The heavenly demon general smiled inwardly. Good, he could kill with a borrowed knife. For the time being, he didn't want to provoke the 18th sword. He knew the strength of the 18th sword. It was just that after 100 years, many people had gradually forgotten, but he remembered very clearly that there was a scar on his body left by the 18th sword. At that time, the 18th sword had only used one move. If he wanted his life, he would have died long ago. Even if the 18th sword hadn't improved in the past 100 years, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He didn't want to offend him if he could, so it was best to let Chen Luo kill Ling Xiao. Heavenly Demon General, you won't object if I kill him, right? Chen Luo asked the Heavenly Demon General. Ling Xiao is no longer a disciple of the Heavenly Demon residence. I won't interfere. Anyway, I'm just passing by today. Do as you please. The Heavenly Demon General made his stance clear. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried. If the Heavenly Demon General took a fancy to Ling Xiao's talent and wanted to protect Ling Xiao, then he really wouldn't be able to take revenge. Thank you. Chen Luo cupped his hands at the Heavenly Demon General, then looked at Ling Xiao. To be honest, I really admire you. You're still not running at this time. You dared to kill my personal disciple in front of me. You should have thought of the consequences, right? Why should I run? You can't kill me anyway. Ling Xiao sat directly on Lin Feiyang's corpse and looked at Chen Luo indifferently. Let's not talk about this. I'd like to ask Demon General Chen Luo what you think now. Back then, you refused to accept me as a disciple, saying that I'm a waste that can't make any progress. Instead, you chose the eliminated idiot Lin. I was ridiculed miserably. If it weren't for the demon envoy Lin Geng taking me in, I'm afraid I would have left the demon dragon sword court. Look, this is the so-called genius idiot Lin you chose. With this kind of strength, he dares to find trouble with me and want to kill me? It seems that not only are you blind, but your brain is also not good. Like master, like disciple. Chen Luo's face was extremely gloomy. Although he wanted to refute, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's rise was really a slap to his face. And it was very painful. He really regretted it now. Chapter 3004. Chen Luo really regretted it now. He regretted not taking Ling Xiao as his disciple. Now, his only personal disciple had been killed by someone. He, the Devil General, had yet to sit firmly in his position, but he might be finished. Previously, it was Ling Xiao who was mocked, but now it was him who was being mocked. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't say anything else, and a terrifying aura burst out. He wasn't as powerful as the original 13 demon generals, but his cultivation was already at the peak of the 16th level of hell. This kind of aura was enough to suppress Ling Xiao to the point of being unable to breathe. Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed was heard. A terrifying, murderous aura was brewing on the sword. Chun Luo was really ready to start a massacre. With his strength, if he really hit Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would definitely die. The gap was too big. Even Ling Xiao couldn't make up for such a huge gap. But the moment he charged at Ling Xiao actually slowly raised his right hand. There was a talisman in his hand. It was the Golden Crow talisman he just got from Lin Feiyang's storage ring. With this Golden Crow talisman, even Chun Luo would be killed on the spot. The power of this talisman was really terrifying. It could basically kill anyone below the 16th level of hell. Chun Luo didn't dare to take it head-on. He was almost at Ling Xiao's side. Chun Luo was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He suddenly stopped and forced himself to run to the side. But would Ling Xiao give him the chance? His figure flashed, and he stabbed at Chun Luo. If he had the chance to kill Chun Luo, he would definitely not show mercy. But at this moment, a cold light attacked him from behind. He had no choice but to use the demon dragon phantom to dodge. The one who attacked him was the heavenly demon general. At this moment, only the heavenly demon general could save Chun Luo. Lin Xian couldn't do anything in time, but the heavenly demon general's attack wasn't very powerful, and Ling Xiao easily dodged it. What a shameless old dog! How dare you launch a sneak attack from behind? Fortunately, I didn't become your personal disciple. Otherwise, I would regret it to death. Ling Xiao had the Golden Crow divine talisman, so he was naturally not afraid of the heavenly fiend general. However, he was also very clear in his heart. There was only one Golden Crow talisman, but there were two devil generals. It was about time for him to leave. Heavenly Demon General, let's join hands and kill him. Chun Luo had just recovered from his shock and said to the Heavenly Demon General, "Sure." Since the Heavenly Demon General had already made his move, there was nothing to be afraid of. He would not rest until he killed Ling Xiao. However, just as the two of them reached an agreement, Ling Xiao had already turned into a streak of golden light and fled. The Earth Elemental Golden Light technique was a life-saving technique at critical moments. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He didn't want to waste the Golden Crow talisman either. If he kept it, it could come in handy at a critical moment. The Heavenly Demon General and Chun Luo chased after Ling Xiao, while Lin Xian was left behind to clean up the mess. However, in terms of speed, the Heavenly Demon General was naturally faster than Chun Luo. Therefore, as the chase went on, it became the Heavenly Demon General chasing after Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao held the Golden Crow talisman in his hand. The Heavenly Demon General had no choice but to hold back. In the end, Ling Xiao successfully escaped into the Wine Demon residence. He had ruthlessly played with the two devil generals. What's going on? Why are the two devil generals chasing after you together? What kind of earth-shattering thing did you do again? When Ling Xiao returned to the Wine Demon residence, Jian 18 couldn't help but ask with a wry smile, "It's nothing much. I was set up. Chun Luo's personal disciple wanted to use the Golden Crow talisman to kill me, but he didn't succeed and was killed by me instead. So Chun Luo wanted to kill me, but I had the Golden Crow talisman in my hand, so he was almost killed by me. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Demon General, that old dog, actually attacked me from behind, so I didn't get what I wanted. Therefore, the two of them naturally chased after me together. Facing me alone, they were more or less afraid of the Golden Crow talisman." Ling Xiao gave a brief account of what had happened. Jian 18 shook his head and smiled bitterly. Jian Luoying, on the other hand, kept applauding. "That's great. When can I be like you? Showing off, tricking the devil generals, and then escaping unscathed. However, how exactly did you manage to avoid the Golden Crow divine talisman? I am very clear about the might of that thing. Jian, Luo Ying asked in confusion. Luo Ying, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Everyone has secrets that they don't want to talk about. Jian 18 glanced at Jian Luo Ying. It's okay. There's no harm in telling you, because I trust you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, I have a battle pet that can devour all heat. That Golden Crow talisman is powerful, but it's useless against that battle pet. I see. Then you're really lucky. But this kind of luck won't happen again. You must be careful. If you encounter those experts, try to avoid them as much as possible. Jian 18 felt that he was one step closer to Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao was willing to trust him. That was hard to come by. After all, they had just become master and disciple. Master, don't worry. I don't want to die yet. Ling Xiao smiled. I'm glad that you understand. In the coming days, I hope that you can stay in the Wine Demon residence and cultivate as much as possible. That way, no one can kill you. Jian 18 was quite domineering when he said that. He didn't dare to say anything else, but as long as Ling Xiao was in the Wine Demon residence, even if the Devil Lord were to come in person, he would be able to protect Ling Xiao. I understand. But Master, I heard that the competition for the Black Tortoise Seal will take place in about a month. Don't tell me you want to keep a low profile this time. That was a question that Ling Xiao was very concerned about. He wanted to get the Black Tortoise Seal. That way, it would be easier for him to obtain the dragon turtle's strength. He didn't want to keep a low profile. That wouldn't be of any help. You want to fight? Jian 18 looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Of course. The Black Tortoise Seal is extremely precious to any disciple. Once they obtain it, it will definitely help them greatly improve their cultivation. Ling Xiao replied, Then can you guarantee that you'll get first place? Jian 18 looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Why not? Ling Xiao asked back, You should know that the person who took first place in the last Black Tortoise Seal contest was at the peak of the 16th layer of hell. Are you confident that you can defeat a martial artist of the same level in a month? Jian 18 asked again. If I can't defeat a martial artist of Qinluo's level in a month, then Ling Xiao, would have wasted my time. Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his unique way of raising his cultivation. After his battle with Jian Luoying, his cultivation had broken through to the middle of the 15th layer of hell. Next, he planned to continue such an intense battle. He had enough potential anyway, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting it. I hope you're confident and not arrogant. Jian 18 glanced at Ling Xiao and said, If you can defeat Luoying before the Black Tortoise Seal contest, I'll allow you to fight without holding back. Chapter 3005. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Luoying. He had already sensed her strength when he fought with her. He didn't expect Jian Luoying to be stronger than he had imagined. She had already reached the level of a commander. However, Jian Luoying's strength didn't make Ling Xiao feel afraid. Instead, it gave him greater motivation. Master, if you want me to surpass senior sister Luoying in a month, you need to give me some support. I need a lot of mid-grade spirit stones to break through, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Kid, so you've been waiting for me. Jian 18 shook his head and said, All right, how much do you want? I've saved up quite a lot of spirit stones over the years. Not much, just 500,000 will do, Ling Xiao said after some thought. 500,000. Kid, you're really asking for an exorbitant price. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones is definitely not a small amount. Jian 18 smiled bitterly. Master, consider this an investment. If I can't get the Black Tortoise Seal, I'll return the spirit stones in full. If I get it, I'll return it to you in double. How about that? Ling Xiao was indeed in need of mid-grade spirit stones. The speed of his breakthrough was increasing. Every time he broke through, a large amount of mid-grade spirit stones would be consumed. He had spent more than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to break through from the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level to the mid-stage. The further he progressed, the more he would use up. Therefore, he wouldn't hesitate to get more mid-grade spirit stones, if he could. I'm your master after all. I'm not that stingy. I'll give you 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones on one condition, and that is to defeat Luo Ying in a month. If you do, I don't want you to return it. If you don't, you'll have to return it slowly. Jian 18 said with a smile. Master, you want to give it to me for free, but you're afraid that others won't like it. No problem. I'll definitely meet your requirements in a month. With the mid-grade spirit stones, Ling Xiao's next step was to find a battle opponent. The demon beasts in the 9-floored demon pagoda were good and had potential. He intended to go there and give it a try. After obtaining mid-grade spirit stones from Sword 18th, Ling Xiao wanted to head to the 9-level demon pagoda to cultivate. However, at this time, someone reported that Jin Feng Chi-Chi was looking for him. Chi-Chi must be looking for him for something important. He didn't dare to tarry, and hurriedly left the wine demon residence. In broad daylight, the heavenly devil generals and the 13 devil generals did not dare to attack him. Big brother, something bad has happened to demon envoy Lin Geng. When Jin Feng Chi-Chi saw Ling Xiao, she said anxiously, "What happened?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao had always remembered his benefactor, Lin Geng, in his heart. Now that he was in trouble, Ling Xiao would never stand by and do nothing. I don't know the details, but I occasionally overheard the conversation between Yunling and others. I heard that the demon envoy Lin Geng was arrested in Ming City and is going to be executed in public. Jin Feng Chi-Chi said, "Isn't Ming City the city near the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Didn't the Devil Dragon Sword Court do anything about Lin Geng's arrest?" Ling Xiao frowned. He came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court from Ming City. They did. The Heavenly Devil General went there personally. I heard from Yunling that the Heavenly Devil General said that the Lord of Ming City, Sealing Jade, did the right thing. Even if it's a disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, as long as he violates the law, he should be severely punished. He even revoked Lin Geng's position as the demon envoy in public. Jin Feng Chi-Chi said helplessly, "A conspiracy. They're coming for me." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Chi-Chi, you go back first. I'm going to Ming City." With that, he turned and headed in the direction of Ming City. This matter really couldn't be delayed. "Wait a minute, big brother. I have something to tell you. I may have to leave the Devil Dragon Sword Court. My father has sent someone to find me." Jin Feng Chi-Chi sighed. "You really should go back. If you stay in the Devil Dragon Sword Court, you don't know when you will be in danger." Ling Xiao stopped and said, "But don't worry. Even if you return to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, I will go to see you. I will always be your backer." "That's great, big brother. I'll wait for you." What Jin Feng Chi-Chi wanted was Ling Xiao's words. Since Ling Xiao had already agreed, she naturally wouldn't say anything else. "Big brother, be careful when you go to Ming City. I have a gift for you. It's not something precious." After stuffing a jade pendant into Ling Xiao's hand, Jin Feng Chi-Chi left. Ling Xiao thought that the gift was really nothing. However, when he used his internal force to check it, he was shocked. General-level martial arts. This was something that he yearned for even in his dreams. This little girl actually gave him such a generous gift before she left. "Little girl, don't worry. I will definitely find you. Squeezing the jade pendant in his hand, Ling Xiao flew into the air. Along the way, he had basically figured out this medium-level general realm martial art. This was a martial arts technique similar to the Heavenly Thunder Guard, but of a higher grade. Although Ling Xiao could still use the Heavenly Thunder Guard, because the grade of the martial arts technique was too low, it couldn't achieve the same effect as before. However, Ling Xiao was still very clear about the great benefits of this martial arts technique. Therefore, he was very happy to get a martial arts technique of the same type that was stronger than the Heavenly Thunder Guard. This martial arts technique was called Golden Phoenix Incarnation. Different from the Heavenly Thunder Guard, it could release fewer incarnations to help. At most, there were only 2 incarnations. However, the strength of each Golden Phoenix incarnation was incomparable to that of the Heavenly Thunder Guard. The Golden Phoenix incarnation, released by the initial success level, had 90% of Ling Xiao's combat strength. Ling Xiao's current combat strength had even reached the early stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was not high enough, his combat strength was much stronger than ordinary people. His 9 cities combat strength was basically equivalent to the peak of the 15th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. With such a Golden Phoenix incarnation, it was enough to give him a huge advantage in battle. In order to use the Golden Phoenix incarnation in actual combat as soon as possible, Ling Xiao began to comprehend it on the way. When he arrived at Ming City, he had already learned the basics. In Ming City, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. On the city wall at the city gate, there was a public announcement of Lin Gung's execution. It was very conspicuous. As for the crime, it was that Lin Gung trespassed into the mayor's mansion and attempted to assassinate the mayor, Ice-Sealing Jade. After Ling Xiao entered the city, he went directly to the place of execution. It was the central square of Ming City. At this time, the execution ground was ready, but Lin Gung had not been brought here yet. Ling Xiao looked around and found a 3-story restaurant nearby. Looking down from the top floor, the view was very good. He entered the restaurant and waited patiently. Many people were leaning on the railings of the restaurant, looking down and talking at the same time. Most of the discussions were about Lin Gung. I heard that the one who was publicly executed is the former demon envoy of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, Lin Gung. Chapter 3006. That's right. I didn't expect Lin Gung to have such a day. The Heavenly Demon General is still fair and just. He won't protect his own people. Sitting there, Ling Xiao felt disdain when he heard such discussions. That old dog, the Heavenly Demon General, was fair and just. He was clearly using this opportunity to avenge a private grudge. However, he didn't say anything because he needed to save people. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and returned to his original appearance. He looked different from when he was in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Back then, he had used this face to kill Bing Li, and that woman called Lan Rua. Bullshit! Demon Envoy Lin Gung is a straightforward person. The Heavenly Demon General must be using this opportunity to avenge a private grudge. Suddenly, a 16 or 17-year-old girl at the table couldn't help but blush and refute loudly. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked at her curiously. The little girl had an ordinary appearance, but she was like a pretty girl from a humble family and was lovable. However, this wasn't what Ling Xiao was concerned about. He was more concerned about the fact that the little girl dared to question the Heavenly Demon General and defend Lin Gung. She was really bold. What do you know, little brat? Demon Envoy Lin Gung sneaked into the city lord's residence in the middle of the night to assassinate Lord Bing Fenyu. He was caught red-handed. He wasn't wronged. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. How can a nobody like you casually criticize the heavenly demon general? The speaker was obviously a fan of the heavenly demon general and the city lord's residence. He was about 40 years old and was much stronger than the little girl. Therefore, his tone was commanding. Humph! Even if demon envoy Lin Geng wanted to assassinate Bing Fengyu deserved to die. You're all from Ming City. Don't you know what kind of trash Bing Fengyu is? He casually exploited the foreign warriors who entered Ming City and even captured some female warriors to be his female slaves. If it weren't for demon envoy Lin Geng, even I would have ended up like that. Although I'm not capable, I can't watch demon envoy Lin Geng be killed by this great demon. The more the little girl spoke, the more excited she became. Hee, it turns out that you are in cahoots with Lin Geng. Someone go and inform the city lord mansion to execute this little girl as well. That will fulfill her wish. The middle-aged man laughed. Why bother the people from the city lord's mansion? This old man will test this little girl's ability. A man in his 70s or 80s walked out from the crowd with a sinister smile on his face. There was an evil light in his eyes that made all the women very uncomfortable. Hey, isn't that the flower thief old man, Ian, who is known as Old Gun Never Falls? That's right, it's him. I heard that he was captured by the people from the city lord's mansion. I thought that he had been executed long ago. How is he still alive and living so comfortably? It's hard to understand. How many maidens has this fellow harmed? He should have been torn into pieces long ago. Discussions could be heard from the crowd. Old man Ian didn't seem to mind as he continued walking towards the girl. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. Just as he was about to reach the girl's side, he suddenly stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed the girl's head. The girl was terrified. For a moment, she didn't have any reaction. Old man Ian was still very famous. Not only was he powerful, but he was also very cruel, especially to women. Basically, all the women that he defiled would be killed and fed to the snake when he was tired of playing with them. This fellow had a huge python that was very powerful. Old man Yin's demonic claws were about to land on the girl's head. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Old man Yin's right hand was directly cut off. At first, Old man Ian didn't react. However, a moment later, screams like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out. The people who were with him all roared in fear and anger. Who is it? Who is it? Ling Xiao slowly stood up and looked at Old man Ian and the others indifferently. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. Although the girl's strength wasn't good, she was still here to save Lin Geng. He couldn't let the girl die. Old man Ian and his companions were originally a little frightened. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao was only a 16 or 17-year-old youth, they instantly lost their fear. Old man Ian stopped the bleeding and said angrily, "Kid, you're courting death." "Courting death? I think you're the ones courting death." Ling Xiao said with a smile that was not a smile as he walked in front of the girl and stood still. "We're courting death." Old man Ian sneered and said, "With just you?" "That's right, with just me." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "By the way, let me tell you, Lin Geng is my big brother. Whoever dares to speak ill of him today, I'll cut off his tongue." Scram. "Great, so you're also here to save that sinner. I did scold that guy. What can you do?" Old man Ian wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao at all and said proudly. Swoosh. Another cold light flashed. Old man Ian wanted to dodge. However, how could he dodge Ling Xiao's sword light? The sword light flashed, and his mouth was full of blood. A section of his tongue fell to the ground. I've said it before. Whoever dares to speak ill of Lin Geng, I'll cut off their tongue. Did you take my words for granted? Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as frost. In the restaurant, It instantly became dead silent. That girl looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable shock and incomparable excitement. Perhaps many people had long forgotten Ling Xiao's face. However, his strength was there. In the restaurant, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. They dared to not take his words to heart. "Sorry, it's our fault. We'll scram now." Old Man Yin's miserable state made his companions incomparably terrified. They were all a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Because that girl was weak enough, they dared to bully her. And Ling Xiao was incomparably powerful. How could they still dare to be the slightest bit complacent and arrogant? Everyone's faces were as if their blood had been sucked away, deathly pale. It's too late to think of scram now. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. These few people wallowed in the mire with that old man Yin. Naturally, they were not good people. There wouldn't be any problems if he killed them. No one would be wronged. The sword light flashed. 6 lives were lost in an instant. Ling Xiao did not waste the slightest bit of extra strength. The 6 people were all stabbed in the throat. Moreover, they were all killed in one move. A bunch of trash. After doing those despicable things, you should find a place to repent. You actually dare to come out and behave atrociously, so arrogant and despotic, courting death. Ling Xiao glanced at the 6 corpses coldly, then said to the girl, "You'd better leave. I'll save Brother Lin. You'll only be a burden if you stay." Although the words were unpleasant, the girl gladly accepted it. The reason why she came was because no one saved Lin Geng. She would rather die with Lin Geng. Chapter 3007. After the girl left, there was a commotion below. Ling Xiao looked toward the central square. The prisoner carriage had arrived. Lin Geng was really miserable. His 4 limbs were nailed to the wooden frame. Obviously, his cultivation had been destroyed. If not for the heavenly demon general's acquiescence or even support, Ice Ceiling Jade, the governor of Ming City, would never have dared to do this. Just a few days ago, Ling Xiao had to change his appearance and escape from Ice Ceiling Jade's pursuit. But now, he was no longer afraid of the governor of Ming City. Ice Ceiling Jade's cultivation was only at the peak of level 15 of Hell in Yinyang Realm, which was the same as Lin Geng. He was able to capture Lin Geng because someone had secretly helped him. Today, Ling Xiao was not only going to save Lin Geng, but he was going to do it openly. Ice Ceiling Jade, didn't you want to publicly execute Lin Geng in front of everyone? Well, this execution platform will be the end of your life. Go to hell with your son as soon as possible. At this moment, there were many seats set up near the execution platform. There were many people sitting on them. Many of them were warriors from the governor's mansion, and some were from other places. They were all friends that Ice Ceiling Jade had invited. The most special ones were the 10 warriors wearing the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciple uniform. Ling Xiao knew all 10 of them. They were all ordinary disciples of the heavenly demon mansion. They had cultivated with Ling Xiao before. And the leader of these 10 people was the demon envoy Lin Xian. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Look, that's the demon envoy Lin Xian. The other 10 people are also disciples of the heavenly demon mansion. I heard that they are here to supervise the execution. They are mainly afraid that someone will cause trouble. It seems that the Devil Dragon Sword Court is very concerned about this. Ice Ceiling Jade, the governor of Ming City, had his only son, Bingli, killed, but his luck has turned for the better. He was recognized by the heavenly demon general. I heard that the heavenly demon general intends to betroth Lin Xian to him. The Lin family is a big family. If Ice Ceiling Jade can get the support of the Lin family, his power and strength will be greatly improved. Hearing these people's discussion, Ice Ceiling Jade was very pleased with itself. They were right. The heavenly demon general had personally sought him out. As long as he served the heavenly demon palace, he would definitely be able to marry Lin Xian. For the sake of Lin Xian, he was willing to abandon his current wife. Flies and dogs, colluding with each other. This Lin Xian, in order to achieve her goal, even dared to sell herself. Ling Xiao had already left the restaurant and blended into the crowd, but he had yet to make a move. He couldn't help but comment casually when he heard the discussions around him and looked at Lin Xian and ice-sealing Jade's expressions. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult demon envoy Lin Xian? Just because of a casual sentence, Ling Xiao attracted a disdainful look. The person who spoke was standing not far away from him. It was an elegant young man who seemed to be from a good family. Seeing Ling Xiao turn his head to look at him, not only did that person not shut his mouth, but he became even more smug as he said, "I don't know where this frog at the bottom of the well came from, but he dares to speak ill of the city lord and demon envoy Lin Xian behind their backs. Compared to them, I'm afraid you're not even a mosquito." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but immediately felt relieved. In this world, there was no lack of bootlickers after all. This guy was clearly a fan of ice-sealing Jade and Lin Xian. If I'm a frog at the bottom of the well, then what are you? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, a murderous sword intent appeared in his eyes. It instantly fell on that person. That person trembled all over and actually lost control of his bladder. Just a glance, made him feel as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Trash dessert, you dare to criticize me? Ling Xiao simply couldn't be bothered to argue with this kind of trash and continued to push his way to the front of the crowd. That person collapsed on the ground, feeling his entire body go soft, and already didn't have the strength to stand up. The only thing he was thankful for was that Ling Xiao didn't kill him. Otherwise, he might really be easily trampled to death like an ant, although some people noticed that martial artist who lost control of his bladder. They didn't notice Ling Xiao's action just now. It was just a glance, and it was targeted, so the people around couldn't have noticed it. Ling Xiao once again turned his gaze to the execution platform. Lin Geng looked very weak. Although his eyes were open, it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to speak. At this time, ice-sealing Jade stood up, and the surrounding discussion came to an abrupt end. I won't say anything unnecessary. This Lin Geng was originally a demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, but he was treacherous and despicable, and his behavior was improper. This time, he even sneaked into the city lord's mansion to assassinate me. Fortunately, I'm strong enough to capture this guy. The heavenly demon general placed righteousness above family. He didn't protect Lin Geng just because he was a demon envoy. Instead, he stripped him of his status and handed him over to me to deal with. Such an evil villain naturally needs to be executed in public to show the dignity of the national law. Ice-sealing Jade's words were really dignified, as if everything he did was not for himself, but for the people of Ming City. It was as if the heavenly demon general was a great hero who placed righteousness above family and was as modest as a valley. If Ling Xiao didn't know the truth, he would have been intimidated by this guy. Fortunately, he knew everything. At this time, Lin Xian also stood up and said, "Demon envoy Lin Geng deserves to die. My lord, let's use the punishment. Kill him. Cut this despicable villain into pieces, and cut him into pieces. Heavenly Demon General is wise. My lord is brave." Below the stage, a group of people, who seemed to have been arranged in advance, began to shout, "My lord, are you missing your son again? Heavenly Demon General is a despicable, shameless, and heartless old dog. How can you brag about him to be so great? It's really disgusting." While countless people were cheering for the Heavenly Demon General's selflessness and the bravery of Ice-Ceiling Jade, the city lord of Ming City. A very untimely voice sounded. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have a strong penetrating power that reached everyone's ears. The crowd suddenly quieted down. There was a dead silence. Someone actually dared to humiliate the city lord of Ming City, Ice-Ceiling Jade, during a public execution, and even scolded the heavenly demon general. Ming City was Ice-Ceiling Jade's territory, and the people sitting on the platform were all influential people. Who was it that had the guts to be so arrogant? Who? Who is it? Ice-Ceiling Jade roared angrily. People were also looking for the person who spoke. Only a fool would stand up and admit it. He's just hiding behind people's backs and talking nonsense. That's right. I don't believe there's such a bold person in this world. That was probably what many people thought. However, in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face. A figure strode up to the execution platform with his head held high. This person was dressed in a green robe with sharp eyebrows and cold eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his handsomeness. Chapter 3008. His long black hair fluttered behind Ling Zhao's head like flying sword chi. He gave people the feeling that he was so free and easy, but also so earth-shattering. He was like a peerless sword. Although he hadn't been unsheathed, he already made people tremble with fear. Who knows this guy? I don't know. This guy is so bold. He dares to pick a fight on this public execution platform. Does he want to be buried with Lin Geng? Many people were muttering in their hearts. This was a public execution in Ming City. As the city lord of Ming City, how could Bing Fengyu allow someone to make trouble? Even Lin Xian, the demon envoy from the Demon Dragon Sword Court, would not allow others to mess around. Most people didn't know Ling Xiao. Lin Xian didn't know him either. This was because Ling Zhao's appearance had changed. However, Lin Xian felt that his arrogant and domineering aura was a little familiar. Some people had seen Ling Xiao kill Bing, Li, and Lan Ruo in Ming City, and had a little impression of him. He was so arrogant, unruly, and domineering that looked at everyone as if they were nothing. Who was he? Which family's young master had such a strong aura and courage? However, they couldn't figure it out at the moment. Ling Zhao's aura shocked everyone. Even Ice-Ceiling Jade did not dare to act rashly. In the face of Ling Zhao's arrogance and condescension, Ice-Ceiling Jade only cupped its fists and said, "Young hero, may I know who your master is?" He asked this because he was worried that Ling Xiao had a strong backer. He wasn't the only one. In fact, when he saw Ling Zhao's arrogant look and powerful aura, he felt that Ling Xiao was most likely a young master from a big force. The people below who were watching the show were a little stunned. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao appeared on the public execution platform and humiliated Bing Fengyu, the city lord of Ming City, and the demon general of the Demon Dragon Sword Court in public. He should have been killed a long time ago. However, the reality was that even Bing Fengyu didn't dare to act rashly. He even asked about his situation. "You don't have to worry. I don't have anyone backing me up, and I'm not the son of a powerful force." Ling Xiao naturally knew what Frozen Jade was afraid of. He sneered and said, "Actually, I have some grudges with you, the city lord of Ming City." Grudges? Frozen Jade was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember knowing this young man. "That's right. Haven't you been chasing after me for the past few days?" Ling Xiao smiled. "It's you." Frozen Jade suddenly remembered. "You're the guy who killed my son, Frozenly." His anger continued to rise. For the past few days, he had been looking for this person. His only son had been killed, and he was heartbroken. However, this person seemed to have completely disappeared and never appeared again. Who would have thought that she would appear before him in Ming City because of Lin Geng? This was an opportunity, a chance for revenge. That's right. It's me. Ling Xiao looked at Frozen Jade indifferently and said, "Back then, your idiotic son wanted to kill me because of a shameless woman, but I killed him instead. You led the army to seek revenge, but unfortunately, you weren't smart enough to let me escape. Now I'm back. Aren't you happy?" Ling Xiao's words were full of sarcasm and sarcasm. Frozen Jade's face turned ugly. "Bastard, you killed young Master Frozen Li. City Lord, I'm the commander of Ming City's city defense camp. I should be serving you to capture this thief. You don't have to deal with such a small fry." At this moment, a warrior in armor stood up from the seat. He said loudly. His cultivation was strong, but he was only at the advanced stage of level 15 of Hell in Yinyang Realm. If it was a few days ago, Ling Xiao wouldn't be his match. He would definitely run away if he encountered him. But today, Ling Xiao didn't care about the city defense camp commander at all. This person wanted to curry favor with Frozen Jade and wanted to find trouble with him. He was simply courting death. However, to the commander, it wasn't him who was courting death, but Ling Xiao who was courting death. "All right. Thank you, Commander Zhang." Frozen Jade hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Hearing this, the commander was excited. He strode toward Ling Xiao. His aura exploded, and he was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to capture Ling Xiao and ask for a reward from his master. That old bastard, Ice-Sealing Jade, was very cunning. Firstly, he didn't know Ling Xiao's strength and could ask Commander Zhang to test him. Secondly, he didn't know what force was behind Ling Xiao. If Commander Zhang killed this boy, he still had a chance to turn the situation around. "Boy, you're arrogant. But such an arrogant person probably won't live long. I'd like to see how a clown like you dares to cause trouble at a public execution in Ming City." After he finished speaking, Commander Zhang let out a furious roar. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pierced it towards Ling Yun. The sharp killing intent wrapped around the tip of the spear and blew Ling Xiao's clothes wildly. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. The corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Commander Zhang was being used by Frozen Jade and was very pitiful, but he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, which was very hateful. A pitiful person must have something hateful. Suddenly, a soaring sword intent pierced the void and pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao stood there like a peerless sword in its scabbard, but at that moment, it was as if a peerless sword had been unsheathed. A murderous aura instantly shrouded the entire square. The aura was terrifying. The fighting spirit was terrifying. Commander Zhang was also stunned. He was frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying sword intent and trembled all over. He stopped in his tracks, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He felt that he was like a sparrow struggling in the wind. He was tortured to death by the crazy sword intent. How terrifying! Commander Zhang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His long spear fell to the ground, and he turned around to escape. Only now did he realize that the person in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. He was too impulsive. "You're only afraid now? It's too late." Ling Xiao's ghostly figure instantly blocked the man's path. Then he stretched out his right hand, grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him up. At that moment, Commander Zhang's entire body went limp, and he did not even have the courage to resist. His heart was filled with terror. There was a sharp pain in his neck. The terrifying sword intent had penetrated his body and was constantly destroying his meridians. It was raging in his body. Screams of agony rang out. However, Ling Xiao did not kill him immediately. Instead, he threw him to the ground and stepped on him. Then he looked at Frozen Jade. His eyes were filled with indifference and Mockery. Chapter 3009. Pitiful Aunt, you're so loyal to your master. But you don't know that he's just using you to test me. Has he ever cared about your life or death? Although Ling Xiao was looking at ice-sealing jade, his words were directed at Commander Zhang under his feet. Commander Zhang was stunned for a moment and struggled to look at ice-sealing jade, hoping that ice-sealing jade could refute Ling Xiao's point of view. However, ice-sealing jade did not say anything. Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. He had no way to refute at all. If he refuted, it would only put him in a more awkward situation. Commander Zhang's heart was completely cold. Sorrow came from within. He's my subordinate. If I want him to die, he has to die. What's wrong with that? After a long time, ice-sealing jade spoke. He did not want to lose to Ling Xiao in terms of momentum, but his words made him seem even more shameless. What a shameless city lord. How could he say such words? Aren't you afraid that your subordinates behind you will be bitterly disappointed? Ling Xiao mocked. Bitterly disappointed? How dare they? Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. I'm stronger than them, and my status is higher than theirs. They have to listen to me. Ice-sealing jade said coldly. So it doesn't matter if I kill you, because I'm stronger than you? Ling Xiao sneered. Yes, but that's impossible. Ice-sealing jade did not know where his confidence came from. It was probably because he saw that Ling Xiao was young, so his judgment was definitely not as good as his. Young hero, please spare me. I was just confused for a moment. I'm innocent. Commander Zhang, who was under Ling Xiao's foot, shouted in horror. Looking at him, Ling Xiao's eyes became extremely cold and contemptuous. You're innocent? If I'm not as strong as you, I would have died just now, right? Yes, you were confused for a moment, but you have to bear the consequences of your actions. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and stern. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and exerted force on his foot. Commander Zhang's neck had been broken. He was completely dead. This scene caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. What a ruthless young man. What a decisive young man. He didn't even hesitate to kill. He had no intention of showing mercy at all. Perhaps Commander Zhang only realized his regret at the moment of his death. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a second chance in this world. If you think that others will let you go just because you want to kill them, then you will fall one day. With a kick, he sent the corpse flying. Ling Xiao looked at the ice-sealing jade and sneered. He knew very well that if he had been weaker than Commander Zhang, the corpse that had been kicked away would have been his. Having experienced so many trials of life and death, he was well aware of such matters. Therefore, he naturally would not show mercy. What are you trying to do? Frozen Jade frowned her eyebrows and asked sternly, Release Lin Geng and let him come with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre today. With Ling Xiao's strength, he didn't want to blow things up too much right now. If he could take Lin Geng away without fighting, that would be for the best. However, Ice-Sealing Jade obviously wouldn't agree. That's impossible. Ice-Sealing Jade waved his hand and said, Kid, don't be so shameless. Seeing that you're still young, I can ignore the pain of losing my son as long as you leave obediently. Haha, don't care about the pain of losing your son. You're afraid, aren't you? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I killed that trash Commander Zhang. So easily. You must be afraid because even you can't do that. Shut up, Ice-Sealing Jade roared. Shut up. Ling Xiao took a step forward. A vast killing intent turned into a thick sword essence and pierced toward Ice-Sealing Jade. At that moment, Ice-Sealing Jade's expression changed drastically. He actually took a few steps back before stopping. At this moment, his face was already alternating between red and green, and he was extremely embarrassed. As the governor of Ming City, he was scared into retreating by the enemy who killed his son. Moreover, it was in front of tens of thousands of people. It was too embarrassing. A trash like you is actually a governor. I'm really embarrassed for the people of Heavenly Sword Hall. How could they fancy trash like you? How dare you say that I'm shameless? You don't even have face yourself. Who do you want to give face to? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. To be honest, I don't even have the interest to kill trash like you. Get lost. As he spoke, he walked toward Lin Gum. He didn't put ice-sealing jade in his eyes at all. Audacious madman, you're getting more and more arrogant. Ice-sealing Jade's position as the governor was personally appointed by the Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Lord. You're so young, yet you dare to slander him. You're simply courting death. Lin Xian finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She also stood up from the stands and looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, kneel down and apologize." "Bitch, you shut your mouth too." Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Lin Xian. She wanted him to kneel down and apologize? What a joke. If the Devil Lord came personally, it might be possible. But a mere devil envoy Lin Xian thought too highly of herself. Bitch. Hearing such a title, Lin Xian almost went crazy. And the crowd that was watching the show was also surprised. Who the hell was this young man? Not giving face to Ming City's governor. He even dared to scold the Devil Dragon Sword Court's devil envoy. Could it be that he really had a terrifying backer behind him? Don't think that you can continue to do evil just because you have a backer behind you. If you push me too far, Lin Xian, won't show mercy. Lin Xian wished she could cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. But she was also afraid that Ling Xiao had some expert or great power behind him. She was hesitant in her heart. Cowards, I've already told you. I'm me. I don't have any great power behind me. If you want to kill me, just do it. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian and said, I'll really say it here today. I only have one purpose, and that is to take Lin Gum away. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill them. There's no room for discussion. If you people still want to live, it's best that you don't do anything. A threat. It was a complete threat. Ling Zhao's words were very clear. He didn't want to kill. He only wanted to save people. Whoever dared to stop him, he would destroy them. He threatened Ming City's governor. He threatened the Devil Dragon Sword Court's devil envoy Lin Xian. He also threatened the various experts sitting in the stands. He seemed to be fearless and supercilious. Ling Zhao's words made the faces of Bing Fengyu, Lin Xian, and the others very ugly. There were many experts on their side. Any one of them had a cultivation base that wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao. But under such circumstances, Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten them. Was he really fearless? Or was he just bluffing? This kid was simply too arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although I don't know which family's young master you are, none of the people here are ordinary. Do you really think that these people will endure your insults? Lin Xian couldn't help but roar. Her eyes were already flashing with killing intent. If there weren't so many people here today, she would have really made a move. Chapter 30:10. Lin Xian was still somewhat afraid of Ling Zhao's imaginary backer. She really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao dared to be enemies with so many experts if he didn't have a backer. Revealing his snow-white teeth, Ling Xiao bloomed into a sunny smile. That's how arrogant I am. So arrogant, what can you do? His sunny smile instantly turned into a mocking sneer. Ling Zhao's casual words made Lin Xian's brows instantly knit together. Her expression became even more unsightly. This Ling Xiao, arrogant, too arrogant. Ling Xiao didn't need to give face to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had plotted to kill him. Today was a great opportunity to take revenge. So what if Lin Xian didn't like him? He also didn't like this bitch. However, his domineering speech made the blood of many onlookers boil in an instant. They also wanted to mock those high and mighty big shots face to face, and they also wanted to glare at those who had bullied them. Unfortunately, they didn't dare, because of fear. However, Ling Xiao had completely done what they wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Each of them felt that at this moment they had become Ling Xiao. The depression and anger in their chest had been vented through Ling Xiao. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the big shots in the stands, especially Lin Xian, who bore the brunt of it, had become extremely gloomy, like a pool of stagnant water. Her body was trembling uncontrollably because of anger. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. She also wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and she also wanted to refute Ling Xiao. However, thinking about it carefully, Commander Zhang was killed in one move. This was something that Ice Ceiling Jade couldn't do, and neither could she. Moreover, she was very afraid of Ling Xiao's imaginary backer. What a good-for-nothing, relying on the Devil Dragon Sword Court to act like a tyrant. Who do you think you are? I gave you a chance to teach me a lesson, but you don't dare to? However, Ling Xiao did not intend to let Lin Xian off the hook. Every word he said was filled with mockery, sarcasm, and derision. These words made Lin Xian's expression turn even uglier. As for the ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion behind Lin Xian, they were all filled with righteous indignation. They wished they could immediately attack and kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about their gazes at all. Since he dared to come here today to save Lin Geng, he had made all the necessary preparations. Once he had decided on something, even if it was wrong, he would never regret it. He looked at those fellows who were usually high and mighty, but were now filled with righteous indignation. The sneer on Ling Xiao's face deepened. Then he spat out a sentence. "A bunch of trash. If you're so angry, then come and kill me. I'm just one person, and all of you, no matter who you are, can stand up and fight me." Taking turns to fight him or ganging up on him was not a problem. However, once they started fighting, it would be a matter of life and death. If you don't have the guts, then hold it in. Stop saying pretty words. It's as boring as a dog's fart. Provocation. It was a complete provocation. Ling Xiao alone was provoking everyone, led by Frozen Jade. Dead silence. The surrounding discussions quieted down in an instant. Everyone was stunned. This young man didn't take others seriously, did he? He was so arrogant and dismissive. He was crazy to the extreme. That sentence kept echoing in everyone's mind. The warriors, led by Frozen Jade, rubbed their fists, eager to teach this guy a lesson. They couldn't take it anymore. Who could stand being ridiculed and sarcastic by a 16 or 17-year-old kid? Kill. There were still a few people with backbone on the spectator stand, or perhaps they were overestimating themselves. At the same time, 4 people attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. All of them were warriors in the advanced stage of the 15th level of Hell in Yinyang Realm. Their strength was not inferior to that of Commander Zhang. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao only smiled disdainfully. His figure disappeared again like a phantom. Then, 4 consecutive screams were heard. 4 corpses fell on the execution platform. There was an obvious blood mark on each of their throats. Too powerful! Exclamations came from the crowd. If it was said that Ling Xiao had proven his strength by killing Commander Zhang, then Ling Xiao had already proven his strength. Then it was simply terrifying that he killed these 4 people. 4 experts were killed. For a moment, the scene was in a stalemate again. No one dared to act rashly. Ling Xiao might really have no background, but his strength was so powerful that it made people tremble with fear. Who dared to court death? Ling Xiao glanced at them disdainfully and was already in front of Lin Geng. He saved Lin Geng from the shelf in front of the eye-sealing jade and fed him a healing pill, as if there was no one around, as if those experts were air. Kid, do you know what you are doing? Do you know who you have offended today? Frozen Jade obviously did not expect Ling Xiao to be more difficult to deal with than he thought. This seemingly fearless kid actually had a terrifying strength that left him in the dust. Cut the crap. I have already made it very clear. Not happy? Come and fight. Take turns to fight. Come at me together. No problem. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and full of mockery. The words caused Frozen Jade's mood to drop to the bottom. But so what? Here, no one could stop Ling Xiao, and no one could scare Ling Xiao. They could only watch this kid be rampant here. This made them look like a group of clowns. He was Frozen Jade, the city lord of Ming City, the city lord personally appointed by the demon master. And Lin Xian was the demon envoy of the demon dragon sword court. There were also many disciples of the heavenly sword hall and the high officials and nobles of Ming City. Normally, no one would be willing to provoke these people. Ordinary warriors would be afraid to avoid them. But Ling Xiao, this fellow, just didn't believe this at all. This extremely frivolous young man was simply a madman, a pervert. He wasn't afraid of anyone, no one. Whether it was the city lord of Ming City or the demon envoy Lin Xian, they were all scolded badly by him. But it just so happened that this madman who seemed to know nothing was terrifyingly powerful. None of them were a match for him. Kid, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Frozen Jade's patience had finally reached its limit. He roared angrily, and his feet soared into the air. Monstrous killing intent bloomed on the execution platform. Boundless chilliness swept towards the leader. Behind him, a demonic beast covered in ice appeared. That was his martial soul. Although it was a beast martial soul, it could control the cold air. He finally made his move. That kid should be suppressed. There were many people who could not stand Ling Xiao. Many of them were cowards who did not dare to go against authority or Frozen Jade, so they did not want others to do so. If someone really did so, they could not wait for the person to be killed, and the result would be miserable. Chapter 30:11. Those cowards wanted to prove that they were right to be the dogs of the strong. But how could Ling Xiao let these dogs be so smug? Looking at the ferocious ice-sealing Jade, Ling Xiao temporarily put Lin Geng, who was gradually waking up, into the beast ring. Then he straightened his body and looked at ice-sealing Jade. A terrifying sword essence rushed out from his body and fought with ice-sealing Jade's fighting spirit in the void. Ling Xiao did not move. Facing ice-sealing Jade, he still only raised his right hand and pointed a finger at his opponent. Kid, you've underestimated me. Ice-sealing Jade was completely enraged by Ling Xiao's contempt. An even more powerful aura poured into his attack. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. Above his finger, a ball of sword qi was constantly condensing. At that moment, the sword qi was released, and the dazzling sword radiance pierced toward his opponent. Swish, swish, the piercing sound of the sword was heard. The sword radiance tore ice-sealing Jade's arm. At that moment, ice-sealing Jade let out a hysterical scream and frantically dodged to the side. However, the right arm he used to attack was completely crippled. Fresh blood flowed from his broken right shoulder and spilled on the execution platform. It was so bright and so shocking. Ling Xiao casually pointed a finger and cut off ice-sealing Jade's arm, almost piercing his throat and killing him. This kind of strength made the hearts of countless people tremble. He's too strong. How can he be so ridiculously strong? The martial artists in Ming City had seen many martial artists, but ice-sealing Jade was the strongest person who had seen him in action. Now, the strongest person in their hearts was injured by Ling Xiao so easily. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Although this young man was arrogant and insufferably arrogant, it was because he was strong enough. Everyone knew that if Ice Ceiling Jade had not desperately dodged that attack, he would have been dead by now. It would not be as simple as losing an arm. I'll spare your life for the sake of your dead son, but if there's a next time, I'll kill you. Ling Zhao's cold voice came from his mouth. Everyone was even more shocked. It turned out that it wasn't the Ice Ceiling Jade that had avoided the attack, but Ling Zhao had deliberately shown mercy. Just how strong was this young man? It was too terrifying. It was no wonder that he dared to attack without any hesitation. With such strength, it would only be possible if there was a martial artist at the first Revolution Yin-Yang Realm's 16th level of hell present. Otherwise, who would be able to intimidate Ling Zhao? However, how could it be so easy to see an Yin-Yang Realm cultivator at the 16th level of hell? Although Frozen Jade was the city lord of Bright City, it was only a small city. Among his subordinates and acquaintances, there were not many martial art practitioners with a cultivation level above 1 transformation 16 levels of hell. Perhaps the Heavenly Demon General could be counted as such, but why would the Heavenly Demon General personally appear for such a trivial matter? The appearance of Lin Xian, this devil envoy, was actually already giving him enough face. All the ancient martial art practitioners in Ming City were here, but they could only watch as a 16-year-old youth behaved atrociously, extremely helpless. It was also laughable. However, Ling Zhao was not in the mood to consider their feelings. Since he had saved Lin Geng, he was ready to leave. This was the real purpose of his visit to Ming City. After saving Lin Geng, he still had to go to the 9-level Demon Tower to improve his cultivation. The ancient martial art practitioners in Ming City were too weak. They could not stimulate the potential in his body at all. It would not help him improve his cultivation at all. However, there was someone who did not want him to leave. Stop right there. Lin Xian blocked in front of him. Lin Geng belongs to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. You can't take him away. What if I insist on taking him away? Ling Zhao looked at Lin Xian sarcastically. Perhaps he did not want to kill Frozen Jade, but he really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Seeing this woman blocking his way, he already had the intention to kill her. If you want to leave, you can leave. However, Lin Geng must stay. Lin Xian still said the same thing. Behind her, the ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion stood out. It seemed that they were going to block Ling Zhao's way no matter what. It seems that my words don't carry weight. In that case, don't blame me. As Ling Zhao's voice sounded, a terrifying killing intent rushed toward Lin Xian. A sword appeared in his hand. It was not the Demon Dragon Sword, but the 8 Immortal Sword. He did not use this sword when he was in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. He thought that it would be useful in case he needed to hide his identity. The sword came out. Killing intent bloomed. Ling Zhao was even more terrifying than before. At the same time, he entered the Undying Bird Beast soul transformation. He did not dare to be too careless when dealing with Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was disgusting, she was indeed very strong. At least within the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn, she was probably invincible. Therefore, he used a sword and transformed. He had not publicly used the Undying Bird Beast soul transformation in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Therefore, it was not a problem to use it now. Undying Bird by Feng? No, he is too young. His strength is not as strong as Bai Feng. Is he Bai Feng's disciple? Almost every time Ling Zhao used the Undying Bird Beast soul transformation, people would speculate. They thought that he was the disciple of the Undying Bird Bai Feng, who was ranked 4th on the bounty list. No wonder he is so strong and is not afraid of Ming City's city lord. That undying bird by Fong is a martial artist at the 18th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn. He is almost as strong as the demon lord of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and the palace master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. It can't be wrong. His arrogant and domineering personality is very similar to the undying bird by Fong. While people were discussing, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The person in front of her who had the same name as Ling Xiao had the undying bird by Fong as his backer. Although that guy was very strong, he was not on the right path. Moreover, he was wanted by the Heavenly Sword Hall. He would not dare to cause trouble openly. In that case, it was not a big deal for her to kill Ling Xiao. At most, she would hide in the Demon Dragon Sword Court and not come out. Thinking of this, a ball of golden light appeared behind her. Then, the golden light turned into a golden firebird. Her martial soul was the same as Lin Feiyang's, but it was more powerful. Lin Feiyang had to take an elixir to turn the golden light into a firebird, but Lin Xian did not need it. I am only afraid of the power behind you. Do you really think I am afraid of you? The moment Lin Xian released her martial soul, her fighting spirit sword, a terrifying aura was released on the execution platform. I didn't say that. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian coldly, but he had to admit that Lin Xian was very strong. She was at the peak of the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn. Her fighting strength was not inferior to Jian Luoying's. Originally, he was a little disappointed that he did not meet a tough opponent this time. But now it was all good. Lin Xian might be able to satisfy him. You are still so arrogant. I want to see how strong you are. Lin Xian was very confident. Chapter 30:12. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've never met a worthy opponent in the 16 levels of hell. The martial artists of the Demon Dragon Sword Court all know that I'm invincible in the 16 levels of hell. Lin Xian said confidently, that only means that the opponent you met was weak. It doesn't mean anything. Also, people who say they're invincible only show their ignorance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, You dare say I'm ignorant? Lin Xian's face turned ugly. A blazing aura bloomed from her body. The sword in her hand flashed with golden light. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose by a lot. Those few ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion had no choice but to stand far away, afraid that they would be affected by the shock waves. Demon Envoy Lin Xian is too powerful. Once she releases her martial soul, that kid is dead for sure. That's right. Even a martial artist at the 16 levels of hell in the first cycle of Yin-Yang realm has to be wary of Demon Envoy Lin Xian. Moreover, that kid's cultivation doesn't seem to exceed the 15 levels of hell in the first cycle. Demon Envoy Lin Xian was just worried about that kid's backer. She didn't expect that kid to expose his identity. The disciple of the undying bird by Fong is someone that everyone wants to kill. These people didn't seem to be worried about Lin Xian at all. Or, rather, they thought that Lin Xian would definitely win. Ling Xiao had never paid much attention to these meaningless discussions. He knew Lin Xian's strength. Kill. Without wasting any time, Ling Xiao leaped and turned into a ball of black flame as he charged toward Lin Xian. The 8 immortal sword in his hand was also wrapped in the black, undying bird's fire. Although it was only an unusual fire, it was still a rare sight in the black tortoise continent. An unusual fire was already very powerful. The black, unusual fire caused the temperature on the execution platform to rise again. There was a burnt smell in the air. Something must have been burned. Under the protection of the crowd, ice-sealing Jade retreated to the execution platform. Only Lin Xian and Ling Xiao stood there, using the execution platform as an arena. What a terrifying sword intent! What a powerful, unusual fire, as expected of the undying bird by Fang's disciple. She's too powerful. Under the crowd's astonishment, Ling Xiao's sword and Lin Xian's sword collided. The black and golden flames blended together. They burned and devoured each other. Ling Xiao's flame was a mystical flame, while Lin Xian's flame was a demonic flame released by her martial spirit. Although Lin Xian's grade was not as high as Ling Xiao's, she had the support of her martial soul. Therefore, in terms of power, she was not inferior at all. Rumble! The two types of flames were equally matched. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the execution platform collapsed instantly. After all, this was not a professional arena. Without the protection of a formation, how could an ordinary stone platform withstand the powerful attacks of these two people? Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. The stronger Lin Xian's attack was, the more advantageous it would be for him. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was slowly increasing again. Although this speed was very slow, as long as it could be improved, it was a good thing. However, to Lin Xian, she was unable to feel happy. She believed that the sword in her hand was better than Ling Xiao's. His martial soul was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Her cultivation level was more powerful than Ling Xiao's. Logically speaking, even if Ling Xiao could not be killed in this collision, he should be seriously injured. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be unscathed and could even be on par with her? Boom! The two of them retreated almost at the same time. In the void, after the fierce collision, the two flames completely dissipated. Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao. The golden light on her long sword was even more dazzling. It seems that you are stronger than I thought, but I have general-level martial arts. Do you? A trace of complacency appeared on her face. In the Devil-Dragon Sword Court, the demon envoys all had one or two general-level martial arts. Although it was only an elementary general-level martial arts, it was definitely able to crush those at the peak of the soldier level. Unless a warrior could cultivate the peak of the soldier-level martial arts to the perfection of martial spirit, otherwise there was no way to resist it. And even if one reached the perfection of martial spirit, he would be powerless in the face of an elementary general-level martial arts. The people around were so nervous that they swallowed their saliva. Even if it was only an elementary general-level martial arts, they had never seen it before. The most powerful martial arts they had ever seen was only at the peak of the soldier level. Today, they were finally going to have an eye-opener. On Lin Xian's long sword, golden light kept flashing. The surrounding light elements seemed to be swallowed by a vortex and kept surging toward the long sword. The firebird behind Lin Xian became even bigger. Her whole body was wrapped in golden light, and her aura increased by at least 2 or 3 times. An elementary general-level martial arts? I have never seen it before, but I have something fun that you can try. Ling Xiao put away the 8 immortal sword. Above his right hand, the pitch-black energy continued to condense, and gradually a black flower appeared. This flower was like a lotus, but it was as black as ink and contained a terrifying energy that made people tremble. As long as it is not a general-level martial arts, do you think I will be afraid? The first move of the light divine sword, escaping light. Lin Xian snorted and finally stabbed out with the sword in her hand. Fast. It was extremely fast. This sword was like a laser beam, flashing past in an instant. People's eyes couldn't catch it and could only turn to look at Ling Xiao. Night Demon Flower. Ling Xiao also released his move. The power of the Night Demon Flower was equivalent to the power of a peak soldier-level martial arts. Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his identity in the Demon Dragon Sword Court, so he couldn't use the true Demon Sword formation and the true Demon Supreme Sword. This Night Demon Flower naturally became the key move in the fierce battle between him and Lin Xian. Anyway, he hadn't used this move when he was in the White Tiger continent, so his previous enemies didn't know about it. The Black Night Demon flower bloomed in the void, like a flower of fear from the demon realm. The escaping light hit the Night Demon flower in an instant. Something strange happened. Light and darkness intertwined, and then twisted. There was a terrible explosion. The entire execution platform was wrapped in it. Lin Xian and Ling Xiao didn't have time to dodge, and were sent flying by the terrible power. Ling Xiao somersaulted in the air several times before he stopped, but there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. As for Lin Xian, her physical body couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's. However, her cultivation was stronger and her injuries were more serious than Ling Xiao's, but it didn't affect her battle. She just looked a little embarrassed. Hee, it seems that your beginner general-level martial arts have only been cultivated to the small success level. If you're proficient in fire, I really can't block it. Ling Xiao laughed. Although he was injured, he gained more. The power of the escaping light was indeed terrible. It filled his cultivation sea with 30% of its energy in an instant. However, Ling Xiao also thought that the explosion just now was not just the power of the escaping light, but also the power of the Night Demon flower. Chapter 3013. The terrifying explosion produced by the fusion of the evasive light and the Night Demon flower's energy was extraordinary. In order to prevent Ling Xiao's body from being torn apart by the crazy explosion, the potential in his body was released to a large extent. It allowed him to raise the energy in his cultivation sea by 30%. I've really underestimated you. Lin Xian stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The expression on her face became more and more ferocious. If the lesser mastery of the evasive light can't kill you, then what about mastery? She suddenly laughed. Even the heavenly demon general did not know that he had cultivated the evasive light to mastery. She had originally planned to continue hiding it, but Ling Xiao's strength forced her to use this move as soon as possible. Ling Xiao frowned. He really did not expect that Lin Xian had actually cultivated such a powerful move to the level of proficiency. In this way, the Night Demon flower would definitely not be able to block it. Looks like I can only use that move. Taking a deep breath, he already had a countermeasure. Although it was more dangerous, if he succeeded, he would definitely win this battle. While he was calculating, Lin Xian's move had already begun to brew. It was the same move, but the aura brewing was much stronger than before. Crazy golden flames burned in the entire space. The martial artists had no choice but to flee in all directions to avoid this terrifying attack. Ice Ceiling Jade was already stunned. Although my cultivation is similar to Demon Envoy Lin Xian's, in terms of combat strength, we are simply not on the same level. This move is too powerful. Ling Xiao can't block it. He was not someone who easily convinced others, but today, seeing Lin Xian's performance, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. Demon Envoy Lin Xian, why didn't she use such a powerful move earlier? She let that brat be so arrogant. Someone beside him said indignantly, "Idiot, what do you know? This move must consume a lot of energy. If she can't defeat the opponent, she will be restrained by the opponent. If she is not completely confident, why would Demon Envoy Lin Xian use it so easily?" Ice Ceiling Jade scolded. "You are right, City Lord." While they were talking, Lin Xian's attack was already fully brewed. A huge firebird screeched behind Lin Xian. The long sword in his hand shone with a dazzling golden light. The surging and terrifying energy was released like the light of destruction that could destroy the heavens and earth. Proficient realm, evasive light. Finally, Lin Xian released her move. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. Was it life? Was it death? Everything was in this one strike. Would Ling Xiao be able to withstand such a terrifying attack? Let's see if we can block it first. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. His battle with Lin Xian was not just to kill her. He also hoped to borrow her strength to help him break through. With such a powerful attack, it would be a pity not to use it to stimulate the potential in his body. He activated his internal energy. Almost all of his strength was used on defense. As long as he did not die, he believed that Lin Xian's attack was enough to allow him to break through his cultivation. Rumble! A direct hit. Ling Xiao was sent flying by the terrifying sword light, crashing into a nearby house. Flames filled the sky, and the scene was extremely shocking. Frozen Jade stood up excitedly when he saw this scene. He did not forget the humiliation and pain of losing his right arm. He also did not forget that his only son was killed by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was dead, he would be very happy and satisfied. He would not hesitate to hold a carnival for 10 days and 10 nights in Ming City. Everyone looked at the collapsed building nervously. There was too much smoke and dust. They did not know how Ling Xiao was doing. However, it was undeniable that Lin Xian's attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was hit head-on. He probably would not be able to escape death. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Who asked you to offend me? Lin Xian knelt on one knee and looked very tired. She believed that her move had definitely killed Ling Xiao. She was originally worried that Ling Xiao would dodge, but she saw clearly that Ling Xiao would definitely die if he was hit head-on. Deserve it? Are you talking about me? Suddenly, a voice sounded directly above Lin Xian's head. Everyone looked in that direction in shock. A ball of golden flame condensed there and soon turned into a human figure. It's him. It's that guy. He's not dead. But how did he get there? Everyone was stunned, including Lin Xian, who had no strength to fight back. She found it hard to believe that the attack she had put in so much effort into, in the end, was exchanged for such an outcome. Are you disappointed? Looking at Lin Xian's incredulous expression, Ling Xiao mocked her. I have to thank you. It was your attack that helped me break through to the advanced stage of the 15th level of hell in the first turn of the yin-yang state. Of course, I was also almost killed by you. That attack was really powerful. As Ling Xiao spoke, he pressed one hand on Lin Xian's head. If he wanted to, he could easily kill Lin Xian. How did you do it? Lin Xian could not understand. Have you heard of the Golden Phoenix incarnation? Ling Xiao chuckled. What? You've learned the unique skill of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, the Golden Phoenix incarnation. Lin Xian finally understood why she lost. She turned her head to look in the direction of the collapsed building. A figure appeared there as well, although he was in a sorry state and seemed to be seriously injured. However, there was a victorious smile hanging on the corner of that figure's mouth. I'm a merciful person. Before you die, I'll tell you a good thing. He suddenly bent down and whispered in Lin Xian's ear, I'm Ling Xiao, the one who killed Lin Feiyang. I just changed my appearance. Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao in horror. She wanted to say something, but she found that she could no longer speak. Ling Xiao released the terrifying mystical fire of the immortal bird from his hand and directly drilled into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was frightened and regretful. She was also very unwilling. She was going to die, and she was going to die in the hands of her enemy. She and her younger brother had actually died at the hands of this person. She was unwilling. But so what? At this moment, no one could save her. Although the mystical fire of the immortal bird was extremely hot at that moment, Lin Xian's body felt a terrifying, bone-piercing cold. Die! Murderous intent surged, and raged in the void. Ling Xiao had already used Lin Xian to make his cultivation break through another level. It was time for Lin Xian to die. Lin Xian had tried to kill him many times, so he absolutely could not let her live in this world. At that moment, Lin Xian's body turned into a pile of powder. When the wind blew, it drifted with the wind and disappeared without a trace. Dead. Lin Xian, the dignified demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, was killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. All of this was like a dream. It was a little absurd, but it was so real. Chapter 3014. The city lord of Ming City wanted to publicly execute Lin Geng, and Lin Xian was also a supervisor. Countless people came here to join in the fun, wanting to see the process of the public execution. But what they saw was not Lin Geng's death. It was the birth of a peerless youth. It was the tragic death of Lin Xian. In front of everyone in Ming City, Ling Xiao gave them a painful lesson. The disciples of the Demon Dragon Sword Court looked at Lin Xian's disappearing body with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. Dead. Lin Xian was dead. They were killed by this young martial artist who came out of nowhere. How could they explain this to their sex when they returned? Could they say that Lin Xian died in the hands of a nobody? Ice-Ceiling Jade's breathing also became rapid. Not long ago, he announced that Ling Xiao would die in the hands of Lin Xian. But at this moment, Lin Xian became a corpse, and Ling Xiao was still alive and well. In the stands, those aristocratic warriors also stood up. The Demon Dragon Sword Court's demon envoy was killed in front of them, and they could not absolve themselves from the blame. So they channeled their inner anger onto Ling Xiao. The air in the entire central square was filled with a strong murderous aura. These murderous auras were all targeted at Ling Xiao. It was as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and looked around. His eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. This scene made people extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone saw Ling Xiao's strength. Who else dared to attack him? In the streets, there were constant sounds of hurried footsteps. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that it was the City Defense Army of Ming City and the private army of the City Lord's mansion. Their arrival made the crowd of onlookers move aside. The people in the army were all warriors. Their purpose for coming here was naturally still for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao killed Lin Xian, so Ice-Ceiling Jade could not let him leave no matter what. Otherwise, he could not explain to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. So today, even if it was a life and death struggle, Ice-Ceiling Jade was going to go all out. Moreover, he believed that Ling Xiao must have exhausted a lot of energy in the battle with Lin Xian. It was impossible for him to be as powerful as before. Soon, the entire central square was completely surrounded by soldiers. Both the air and the ground were guarded by martial artists, not giving Ling Xiao any escape route. As the city lord of Ming City, Frozen Jade had the right to mobilize all the armed forces, especially when he was being threatened. And now was the time. He would rather leave the city gates of Ming City unguarded than to leave Ling Xiao alive. The Golden Phoenix incarnation, and Ling Xiao merged into one again. Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill. It had to be said that Lin Xian's attack still caused his body to suffer heavy injuries. But at the critical moment, he used the Golden Phoenix incarnation to switch places with his main body and defeated Lin Xian in one fell swoop. Of course, he still needed healing pills. Although he didn't care about this motley crew, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any experts appearing. He had to do his best to ensure that he could erupt with his strongest combat strength at any time. As for the motley crew, he didn't care at all. Numbers were not a problem for him at all. He only needed to use the bloodthirsty plague to make these people suffer so much that they would rather die. He dared to kill whoever dared to kill him. There was no need to hesitate. Ice-sealing Jade hid behind countless soldiers and seemed to feel much safer. He then said in a cold and proud tone, "You actually killed the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Lin Xian. I must make you pay." Ice-sealing Jade, "I'll spare your life on account of your only son's death. Don't be stupid. Once the order to attack is given, I won't let you live." Ling Xiao stood there without the slightest intention of escaping. He looked at Ice-sealing Jade coldly. His words were a warning and a threat at the same time. Ice-sealing Jade's face was gloomy. To be honest, he was very afraid of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao must be killed. "Bullshit, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How dare you threaten me? Today, I'll let you know how the word death is written." Ice-sealing Jade thought for a long time and still felt that this was an excellent opportunity. A public execution. The prisoner was rescued, and the executioner, Lin Xian, was killed. This scene was witnessed by the several tens of thousands of people. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, how could he continue to be the city lord of Ming City in the future? As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would have made countless contributions. Not only would he be appreciated by the Demon Dragon Sword Court, but he might also be valued by the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall. After all, Ling Xiao was the disciple of the immortal bird Bai Fong. "Archers, get ready." He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then raised his hand and gave the order. All the archers knocked their arrows on their bowstrings. Crossbows were the most terrifying weapons for long-range attacks. It was extremely powerful in the hands of ordinary people. If it was used by warriors, it would be even more powerful, especially when it was used by a large-scale army. The overwhelming rain of arrows was no weaker than the ultimate move of an expert. A terrifying, murderous aura spread over the square. The arrows in the hands of tens of thousands of people were emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. When the murderous aura gathered together, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, Ling Xiao's eyes only gradually turned cold. He had already warned Ice-sealing Jade. Ice-sealing Jade was courting death, so he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. As long as Ice-sealing Jade dared to give the order, he guaranteed that the city lord of Ming City wouldn't live to see the day. Ice-sealing Jade naturally understood what Ling Xiao's eyes meant, but the arrow was knocked on the bow and had to be released. As the city lord of Ming City, he still cared about his reputation. Moreover, he absolutely didn't believe that Ling Xiao would have the energy to deal with the joint attack of tens of thousands of people after the battle with Lin Xian. "City lord, what are you hesitating for? Give the order." Suddenly, a deputy general beside Ice-sealing Jade shouted, "City lord, please give the order to kill this thief. Otherwise, Commander Zhang and Demon Envoy Lin will die in vain." Another person knelt down. "City lord, please give the order." More and more people began to shout. Their voices were uniform, and their momentum was earth-shattering. Hearing these voices, the little bit of hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. Ice-sealing Jade made a decision. He raised his hand and put it down. "Kill." The moment the furious roar sounded, all the arrows pierced through the air, whistling as they danced and shot towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the murderous aura soared. The arrows were like locusts that filled the sky, blotting out the sun. Boring tricks. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Today I'll let you see how terrifying the real undying fire is." As he spoke, black flames gushed out of Ling Xiao's body and enveloped him. They continued to expand at a terrifying speed. They turned into a gigantic, undying bird and circled in the sky. Ling Xiao stood in the undying bird's body, protected by the black flames. Chapter 30:15. The rain of arrows covered the sky. However, the moment the arrows came into contact with the black flames, they were instantly incinerated and disappeared without a trace. Those arrows were made of special materials, but they were easily incinerated by the terrifying black flame. It was too terrifying. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the flame was. Immortal fire? The phoenix's fire seems to have evolved. In the crowd, someone who knew what was going on exclaimed. He had good eyesight. Ling Zhao's phoenix's fire was an unusual flame in its normal state, stronger than demonic fire and ordinary fire. If it was strengthened, it would consume more internal energy and soul power, and it would become an immortal fire. Although the consumption was high, its power was also greater. It could actually condense into a divine fire, but the consumption was even higher. Ling Zhao could not support it, so he would not use it under normal circumstances, unless it was a matter of life and death. Now, it was obviously not that time, because all the arrows could not even touch Ling Zhao's clothes. Once they came into contact with the Black Phoenix's fire, they were completely incinerated. Looking at this scene, the corners of Frozen Jade's mouth twitched. He began to regret it. However, since the attack had been launched, there was no turning back. Even though he knew it was impossible, he had to continue attacking. Go, all of you go. No matter what method you use. You have to kill him for me. Whoever can take his head will be rewarded with 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. In order to kill Ling Zhao, Frozen Jade was going all out. There was no other way. He had to go all out. If he did not go all out, he would have to die. Under Frozen Jade's order, tens of thousands of people rushed towards Ling Zhao. Not only did they have a large number of people, but their cultivation base was also not low. The lowest cultivation base was at the first transformation of Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 14th level of Hell. This was the Sword Dynasty. This was the terrifying part of the Nine Supremes' force. Although their strength was not as good as Ling Zhao, they had the advantage in numbers. Using the human wave tactic to crush Ling Zhao was also a choice. However, when the sea of people was about 20 meters away from Ling Zhao, the undying bird's fire that was wrapped around Ling Zhao's body was released. Flames soared to the sky. It devoured every warrior that rushed towards Ling Zhao. Blood-curdling screams rang out, and the smell of burnt flesh became even more intense. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people were burned to ashes by the black flames. There were also a few thousand people who emitted a burnt smell. The scene was so shocking and so terrifying that it caused the hearts of the spectators to tremble unceasingly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and murderous. There was no room for hesitation. He would kill whoever wanted to kill him. It was that simple. As he spoke, Ling Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared, turning into a black flame that flickered in the crowd. Everywhere they went, there would be hysterical screams. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people died in the flames of the undying bird. The onlookers retreated one after another, their hearts trembling and twitching nonstop. Ling Zhao was too terrifying. Who could resist such an attack? They were afraid that all the soldiers in Ming City would be slaughtered by Ling Zhao today. Over 1,000 people were burned to ashes with just a wave of his hand. With such terrifying strength, who among those present could withstand it? Soldiers could also feel fear and dread. At first, they were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to avenge their city governor. However, when they saw thousands of their companions die tragically in the strange black flames, their hearts trembled. They could not help but tremble. Could the sea of people really swallow Ling Zhao? Could they really kill Ling Zhao? Ling Zhao was a demon, a madman, and a guy who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to his master, the Phoenix by Fong, he was even more ruthless and heartless. Many people began to retreat, their hearts filled with fear. No one is allowed to retreat. Bing Fengyu personally attacked and killed a soldier who was running for his life. She then shouted, "Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. All of you, attack! Attack!" She had no choice. If Ling Xiao did not die today, she would be the one to die in the end. However, how could the soldiers who had already been scared out of their wits withstand Ling Xiao's attack? Rumble! A terrifying explosion occurred among the crowd. Countless black flames once again devoured thousands of lives. Since the beginning of the battle, 3,000 to 4,000 people had been burned to death by the flames. This was a one-sided massacre, not to mention tens of thousands of people, even hundreds of thousands of people would be slaughtered by Ling Xiao if this went on. Run! Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. He shouted in horror and turned to flee. They were also people with families. Why should they be buried with Bing Fengyu? Bing Fengyu could kill one person who was running away, but it could not kill a group of people who were running away. The crowd had already dispersed. A large number of warriors were fleeing. Bing Fengyu could not stop them at all. Ling Xiao did not stop them. He would still be merciful to the enemies who had lost their will to fight. After all, everyone had families. His main enemy was still Bing Fengyu, not them. Seeing that those people were fleeing, he stopped attacking and looked coldly at Bing Fengyu. Tens of thousands of people scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. What a joke! Their opponent was so terrifying. Wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed? Bing Fengyu's heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. In front of him, only the ordinary disciples of Sky Demon Mansion and a few loyal people were left to protect him. The rest of the people had all fled. The dignified governor of Ming City had almost become a general without an army. It's over, it's over. Bing Fengyu collapsed to the ground. He did not even have the courage to escape. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. It was too terrifying. It was too shocking. That black, undying bird's fire seemed to be inexhaustible. It could easily burn a martial artist to death. To Ling Xiao, numbers were not a problem at all. It was impossible to kill him with a sea of people tactic. Ling Xiao was a real devil, a real demon. The crowd of onlookers stared blankly at the young man standing in the void. Since the establishment of Ming City, it was the first time that it had suffered such a great loss. Ling Xiao certainly did not care about their shock and fear. His gaze was fixed on Bing Fengyu. The strong, murderous intent made Bing Fengyu sit there trembling. He was so weak that he could not even escape. "I warned you not to give the order. Since you're courting death, don't blame me." Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into Bing Fengyu's heart. He knew that he was finished. Ling Xiao was definitely going to kill him. Ling Xiao did warn him not to give the order. However, he mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing. In the end, the army of tens of thousands of people was defeated in an instant. Chapter 30:16. Stop. I am the governor of Ming City. I am an official of the Sword Dynasty. Do you dare to kill me? Ice-Sealing Jade tried to use his identity to suppress Ling Xiao and intimidate Ling Xiao. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the Sword Dynasty and will be put on the bounty list. At that time, there will be countless people coming to assassinate you and hunt you down. You will never be able to find peace. So what? I will kill whoever comes to kill me. If the Sword Dynasty wants to destroy me, I will destroy the Sword Dynasty. Arrogant. He was still so arrogant that it was suffocating. He did not even put the Sword Dynasty in his eyes. Ice-Sealing Jade was in complete despair. If the Sword Dynasty could not intimidate Ling Xiao, then what could intimidate him? I will give you spiritual stones. I will give you Dharma treasures. I will give you everything you want. I will give you anything you want. I only beg you, don't kill me. Since he could not intimidate him, he could only beg for mercy. Ice-Sealing Jade did not want to die anyway. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. If he was dead, there would be nothing left. Hearing his pleas, the crowd shook their heads secretly. The dignified governor of Ming City had become a stray dog and had to beg for mercy from a 16-year-old boy. What level of fear was this? Governor, you don't have to beg for mercy. We will protect you. The disciples of Sky Demon Mansion all stood up. They wanted to avenge the demon envoy Lin Xian and protect Ice-Sealing Jade. Get lost, Ling Xiao said coldly. Although these people were the disciples of Sky Demon Generals, they had been his fellow disciples for a few days. If he could spare their lives, he would try his best not to kill them. He looked coldly at these people, and there was a terrifying, murderous aura in his eyes. Those ordinary disciples of Sky Demon Mansion were intimidated by the murderous aura and could not help but move away. They made a path for him. At this time, only 2 of Ice-Sealing Jade's subordinates were left standing there. Ling Xiao would not be merciful to them. With a wave of his hand, the 2 of them were directly thrown out. Whether they lived or died depended on their luck. He finally stood in front of the Ice-Sealing Jade. A strong killing intent was released from his body. Forgive me, I was confused. Frozen Jade was terrified to the extreme, and its expression became very funny. He should have known that since Ling Xiao dared to come to Ming City to save Lin Gong, he would not be afraid of him, nor would he be afraid of the army. He was too careless. I told you not to give orders, but you didn't listen. Since you've already made a move to kill me, then you should also bear my thunderous fury. Don't worry, I'll only use one move. If you're lucky enough to survive, I won't finish you off. Ling Xiao wore a smile on his face. However, the terrifying killing intent was still ferocious. He gently raised his hand, and the blazing fire of the phoenix burned and jumped on his palm. The flames were extremely hot, constantly burning Ice-Sealed Jade's body. Die, Lord of Bright City. Ling Xiao's hand finally pressed on the top of Ice-Sealing Jade's head. The terrifying black flame instantly enveloped Ice-Sealing Jade's body. Don't! A scream came out from the flame, but it was too late. Ice-Sealing Jade had done something he should not have done, so he could only accept his tragic fate of being killed. After killing Ice-Sealing Jade, no one dared to stop Ling Xiao. Just like that, Ling Xiao swaggered out of Ming City in a grand manner. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to ransack the governor's mansion. He did not expect that Ice-Sealing Jade, the governor of Bright City, was really rich. He actually found 200 million low-grade spirit stones and 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. How much did this guy extort from the people on a daily basis? The 200 million lower spiritual stones could be used to set up a formation and could also be used to buy things. The point was that the 5 million middle spiritual stones could definitely satisfy Ling Xiao's cultivation for a long time. It should be noted that Sword 18 only gave him 1 million middle spiritual stones. That was all of Sword 18's savings. The governor of Bright City was even richer than Sword 18. After Ling Xiao left in the governor's mansion, one of Ice-Sealing Jade's subordinates took out a communication talisman. This communication talisman was not expensive, but only the governor's mansion was equipped with it. The communication talisman could contact all the people who had a soul connection with this talisman, as long as the distance did not exceed the range of the Sword Dynasty. It only consumed inner force and soul power. This person wanted to contact the Heavenly Sword Hall. I am the commander of the Bright City Governor's subordinates. A man named Ling Xiao came to Bright City, killed the governor, and beheaded the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Lin Xian. He also killed thousands of soldiers and ransacked the governor's mansion. I will transmit his portrait with soul power and immediately place a bounty on him. The Heavenly Sword Hall's department in charge of issuing bounties received the portrait. Of course, it was Ling Zhao's real appearance. Based on Ling Zhao's actions, they came to the conclusion that this person was extremely vicious. So they immediately issued a bounty, 1,000,000 middle spiritual stones, dead or alive. Such a bounty was ranked 50th on the bounty list, which was definitely not low. After all, this was the first time someone had appeared on the bounty list. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know this news for the time being. He sent Lin Geng to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. The current Lin Geng had already lost his cultivation. It would be very dangerous for him to return to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, so he made such an arrangement. After making arrangements for Lin Geng, Ling Xiao rushed back to the Demon Dragon Sword Court without stopping, and at this time, it was already 2 days later. Although his cultivation had increased, and his speed was faster, it would still take him at least 2 days to go back and forth. In these 2 days, Ling Zhao's bounty list had spread throughout the Sword Dynasty. Almost everyone knew that a crazy guy had appeared on the bounty list. This kid actually broke into Bright City alone, killed the Bright City governor Ice Ceiling Jade, and the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Lin Xian, and openly provoked the entire Sword Dynasty. This made Ling Xiao suddenly become a celebrity in the entire Sword Dynasty. After all, even many people on the bounty list would not easily attack a city. Ling Xiao, this fellow's actions were truly too daring. The bounty hunters held Ling Xiao's bounty list and laughed happily. Such a young guy, with such a weak cultivation, actually put a bounty of 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It seems that the people of the Sword God Hall are very angry, but it's convenient for us. In their opinion, killing Ling Xiao was just a piece of cake. There was no need to worry at all. And for this, Ling Xiao only knew about it after returning to the Wine Demon Mansion. Wine Demon General took the bounty list and showed it to Ling Xiao. "This person, is it you?" Ling Xiao said with a wry smile, "Master, you have already guessed it. Why ask when you already know the answer? The same life, the one who will kill the demon envoy Lin Geng, is me." Since he has already taken Wine Demon General Jian 18 as his master, he did not intend to hide this point. "It's really you. Brat, you're really daring." Chapter 3017. "Actually, that's my real face." Ling Xiao said. "Ah." Sword 18 was stunned for a moment, then circled around Ling Xiao several times. He couldn't help but praise. "Good boy, you're good. I can't see through your disguise at all. It seems that my worries are a little unnecessary." "What are you worried about?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Don't you know? You're on the bounty list, especially the first bounty that reached 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This will attract a lot of bounty hunters and martial artists from the Heavenly Sword Hall to hunt you down." Sword 18 sighed and said, "But your disguise is so powerful that even I can't see through it. Naturally, those people can't see through it either. You don't have to worry too much." "Are those bounty hunters strong?" Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. Compared to going to the 9-story demon tower to kill those demon beasts, he preferred to fight with martial artists. After all, the martial arts of martial artists were more varied, which was more helpful to his improvement. If there really were bounty hunters or martial artists from the Heavenly Sword Hall to hunt him down, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also be very excited. The strength of bounty hunters is naturally uneven, but with your bounty, I'm afraid that even bounty hunters at the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm and the 16th level of hell will come out. Sword 18 analyzed. Great. Sword 18 was stunned for a moment, then immediately reminded, "Don't be careless boy. Those bounty hunters are masters who can do anything for money. Don't worry, master. I won't joke with my life. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Ling Xiao's cultivation had just broken through, so he still needed to consolidate it. He was not in a hurry to find a new opponent. While Ling Xiao was consolidating his cultivation, the outside world was unusually lively. Somewhere in the Sword Dynasty, a young man dressed in red, like a blood-stained battle robe. Behind him was a strange blood-colored martial soul. At his feet was a corpse that had just been sucked dry. In his hand, he held a stack of bounty slips and was looking at it as if no one was around. His name was Bloody Clothes. He was a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters would also be ranked according to their achievements and strength. Blood Robes was ranked second on the Young Dragon bounty list. In other words, among the bounty hunters under the age of 20, his achievements and strength were undoubtedly ranked second. It's time to change the ranking of the Young Dragon bounty list. He sneered as he looked at the bounty. He had always been overshadowed by one person, and that person was Wu Qing, who was ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. Wu Qing was a disabled person, a blind man. However, he was very strong. There was no doubt that he was the #1 bounty hunter under the age of 20. Blood Robes had always refused to accept Heartless. However, his cultivation was indeed inferior to Wu Qing's. Wu Qing's cultivation was already at the late stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm's 16th level of Hell. Of course, he was proud of his blood-clothed martial soul. His martial soul allowed him to challenge those of a higher rank. It also allowed him to continuously absorb the blood and chi of warriors to increase his cultivation. The one who had just been killed was the guy ranked 49th on the bounty list. It was also because of this assassination that his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell. He believed that Wu Qing was no longer his match. Spread the word that I want to challenge Wu Qing. If he has the guts, we'll fight in Ming City in 2 days. Also, I want that Ling Xiao who is ranked 50th on the bounty list. No one is allowed to touch him, or else I'll kill him. He looked into the distance and saw a group of bounty hunters just like him. It was these people who had caught up with the guy ranked 49th, but he had stolen the kill. Even so, no one dared to blame Bloody Clothes. That Ling Xiao is only at the middle stage of the 15th level of Hell. Brother Bloody Clothes, you don't have to do it, right? Someone said. What? You want to steal my kill? Bloody Clothes asked coldly. No, I don't dare. It's just that guy is so weak. I don't understand. For the 1 million spiritual stones, okay? These days, the bounty list is too trashy. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry be worth so much? Ridiculous. The reason why Bloody Clothes became a bounty hunter was that he was short of money. As a martial artist, and a martial artist with outstanding aptitude, the consumption of spirit stones required was simply a terrifying number. If he could kill Ling Xiao, the 1 million spiritual stones would be enough for him to live a carefree life for a while. Since you said so, we won't touch him. The other bounty hunters said one after another. They didn't dare to go against Bloody Clothes. Bloody Clothes was known for his cruelty and strength. Now, he even wanted to challenge Wu Qing, who was ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. It seemed that no warrior under the age of 20 could stop him. That's for the best. After Shui finished speaking, he sneered and turned into a bloody light that dissipated into the void. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I really hope that Wu Qing can kill this bastard. Compared with this annoying Bloody Clothes, Wu Qing, who is ranked first, is much better. That's right. But now that his cultivation has broken through and he has a terrifying martial soul, even Wu Qing can't defeat him, right? I don't know. Anyway, let's spread the news and go to Ming City to watch the battle in 2 days. As they spoke, the crowd dispersed one after another. It was meaningless to stay here. Bloody clothes had taken all the benefits. They didn't even get a piece of meat. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't know that someone was planning to kill him. He stayed in his residence for about 2 hours and completely consolidated his cultivation at the late stage of the 15th level of hell in Yinyang realm. Moreover, he finally consolidated the medium general realm martial arts technique, the Golden Phoenix Incarnation, at the basic level. When he fought with Lin Xian in Ming City, he tried his best to display the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. Not only did he succeed, but he also improved the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. This was the advantage of real combat. Compared to fighting with demonic beasts, fighting with martial artists was more difficult and more difficult. It was also a good way to hone oneself. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao decided to go out for a stroll. Since there was a bounty on him, as long as he returned to his original appearance, there should be many opponents for him to hone his fighting skills and improve his cultivation. It was much better than the 9-floored demon pagoda, although it was more dangerous. But what was the big deal about danger? If he didn't experience danger, how could his cultivation base improve like crazy? Ling Xiao thought that if he wanted to go to the Immortal Palace to find the Moon Lady, his cultivation base would have to be at least in the life-seizing level. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 3018. Ling Xiao wanted to leave the demonic dragon sword court quietly and return to his original appearance to fight with the bounty hunters. However, before he could leave, he was blocked by 3 people. Among the 3 people, only one face was familiar to Ling Xiao. It was the demon envoy Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan was Lin Xian's lover. For Lin Xian, he had caused trouble for Ling Xiao many times. However, he had not seen Chun Yuan since he joined the demonic palace. He must have just returned from a mission. Judging from the aura of the other 2 people, their strength was even more terrifying than Chun Yuan. One of them was dressed in white, and his skin was very white. He was like a white impermanence. The other person was dressed in black. He must have cultivated some kind of body-refining martial arts. His body was very strong, and there was a terrifying, explosive energy contained in his body. These 2 people were not simple. Not only were they strong, but they were also very young. Feng Jianshan, Lin Chuang, listen up. This person is Ling Xiao. I don't know if he's Ling Xiao on the bounty list, but this guy has a good relationship with Lin Geng. I heard that Ling Xiao on the bounty list went on a killing spree in Ming City to save Lin Geng. Maybe he's the same person. Chun Yuan said to the other 2 people, "That's impossible. How can this brat be so powerful? If his head is worth 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, then these mid-grade spirit stones are too worthless." Lin Chuang said disdainfully, he had the right to be arrogant because his cultivation was already at the peak of the first cycle of Yin-Yang stage of the 16th level of hell. Under this level of cultivation, what could Ling Xiao amount to? Feng Jianshan was also disdainful. His cultivation was slightly weaker than Lin Chuang's. He was at the late stage of the first cycle of the 16th level of hell. However, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously either. Don't underestimate him. This kid won 3 consecutive championships in the entrance exam and broke all the records. After joining the demonic palace, he killed the personal disciples Fang Feiyun and Lin Feiyang as an ordinary disciple. It was said that in order to kill him, Lin Feiyang had even used the Golden Crow divine talisman. In the end, not only was he unable to kill him, he even lost his life. Impossible. How powerful is that golden crow divine talisman? I've seen it once before, and I don't have the confidence to dodge it. How did he do it? Lin Chuang said in surprise. Feng Jianshan was also shocked. Not only did he escape from the golden crow divine talisman, he even escaped from the pursuit of the heavenly devil general and the 13 devil generals. Chun Yuan continued, "This kid has cultivated a very powerful movement technique. I don't know what it's called, but it's very fast." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan's eyes shone with greed. Lin Chuang grabbed Ling Zhao's collar and roared, "Brat, do you know who I am?" "I don't know. Let me tell you, I am Lin Chuang, the great senior brother of the Sky Devil Palace. If you give me that mystical movement martial skill, I can forget about the matter of you killing Fang Feiyun. After all, although that guy was a piece of trash, he was still my junior brother." As Lin Chuang spoke, he kept exerting force, as if he wanted to show off his strength, so that Ling Xiao would feel fear and obey him. "Brat, you'd better listen to me. Senior brother Lin Chuang's cultivation is at the peak of the 16th level of hell. He's a commander-level expert, a martial skill in exchange for your life. It's worth it, right?" Although Feng Jianshan also wanted that martial skill, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Lin Chuang. With Lin Chuang's temper, he wouldn't give face to anyone. Hearing Feng Jianshan's words, Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. He had already seen Lin Chuang's cultivation with the Tai Chi eye, so he knew even if Feng Jianshan didn't say anything. However, so what if he was at the peak of the 16th level of hell? He was only at the same level as Devil General Chun Luo. He had the golden crow divine talisman, so he wasn't afraid of this guy. "Let go of your hand first." Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang and said coldly, "Brat, in the entire Devil Dragon Sword Court, there aren't many people who dare to not give face to me. Think carefully." As he spoke, he let go of Ling Xiao's clothes. In any case, in his opinion, with his identity and powerful strength, he was only asking for a martial skill from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to refuse. After all, for anyone, life was more important. "How arrogant! Do I have to give it to you just because you want it?" Ling Xiao raised his head and tidied his clothes. Then he looked at Lin Chuang with contempt and said, "I'm not even afraid of the heavenly demon general. Do you think you're stronger than the heavenly demon general?" His words caused Lin Chuang's expression to instantly turn extremely ugly. "Brat, don't be so shameless. Do you really think that trash, the wine demon general, can protect you? To tell you the truth, I came back this time to participate in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. If you listen to me, I can spare your life in that battle. Otherwise, you'll die in the Black Tortoise Seal contest." Lin Chuang saw that his words didn't work, so he turned to threaten Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that there were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. "There's at least a month until the Black Tortoise Seal contest. Do you really think you can maintain your advantage until then?" Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang with disdain and said, "Get lost. I don't have time to waste with you." "What did you say?" Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan were stunned. Ling Xiao dared to tell them to get lost? In the past, they relied on their cultivation to snatch whatever they wanted from any disciple with a lower cultivation than them. No one dared to resist. But today, they had met a different kind of tough bone. Not only did Ling Xiao refuse to give them what they wanted, but he also dared to scold them. They didn't know whether it was because he was too tough or because he was too stupid. "I said, good dogs don't block the way. Get lost." Ling Xiao repeated his words, but this time it was even worse. Rage, absolute rage, killing intent exploded in Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan's hearts. Chun Yuan, on the other hand, was gloating. Originally, he wanted Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan to deal with Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao was courting death. He had saved a lot of chances to sow discord. You're courting death, Feng Jianshan said coldly. I'm afraid I'm not the one courting death. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the golden crow talisman appeared in his hand. He looked coldly at Feng Jianshan and said, Do you want to try? The power of the golden crow talisman, it can kill any martial artist below the 17th level of hell. Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan took dozens of steps back when they saw the talisman. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would really use the talisman. They knew the power of the golden crow talisman. Damn it! They wanted to threaten Ling Xiao, but now they were being threatened by Ling Xiao. They felt like vomiting blood. It was too depressing. He won't dare to use the golden crow talisman. Chun Yuan said, That is his life-saving talisman. If it weren't for that talisman, he wouldn't even dare to come out of the Wine Demon residence. Because once he comes out, Demon General Chen Luo will kill him. Chapter 30:19. Although Chen Yuan said that Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the golden crow talisman, Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan didn't dare to risk their lives. In the end, they didn't make a move. Ha! How dare you come out and make a scene with this kind of courage? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan mockingly and continued to walk out of the sect. Try not to use the golden crow talisman if you dare. Lin Chuang roared, his face turning purple. He was truly infuriated. He was clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but because of the golden crow talisman, he didn't dare to make a move. How cowardly! Are you an idiot? Why wouldn't I use the golden crow talisman? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang with disdain and left casually. Lin Chuang didn't dare to stop him. Feng Jianshan didn't dare to stop him either. Chun Yuan was also afraid of the golden crow talisman. Ling Xiao, this brat, had never taken the conventional path. Who knew if he would suddenly go crazy and use this talisman? Damn it! Lin Chuang was so angry that his teeth itched as he watched Ling Xiao leave. Brother Lin, don't worry too much. The Black Tortoise Seal contest is about to begin. It's only been a month. How much do you expect his cultivation to improve? Feng Jianshan said disdainfully, When the time comes, the golden crow talisman is not allowed to be used in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. Won't it be easy for us to deal with him? That's right. When the time comes, we'll teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Lin Chuang gritted his teeth. It had been a long time since someone made him so angry. Ling Xiao didn't hear their conversation, but he could guess. In order to not be tortured by these two guys in the upcoming Black Tortoise Seal contest, he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Time was limited. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and arrived outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao, outside, Jian Luoying was sitting on a tree. She was still so beautiful and elegant. Senior Sister Luoying, why are you here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Aren't you looking for an opponent? I'll accompany you, Jian Luoying said. Really? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Luoying excitedly. If Jian Luoying was willing to be his sparring partner, there would be no need for him to seek out bounty hunters. Of course. Come with me to the 4th floor of the 9-story demon pagoda. The environment there is complex, and it's close to actual combat. I'll release my cultivation base according to your strength. Jian Luoying nodded. By doing so, she was actually able to improve herself a lot. Although she was unable to improve her cultivation through battle, she was able to hone her martial skills. After all, at her level of cultivation, it was very difficult for her to advance further. Thus, combat ability became very important. All right, with such a good sparring partner, how could Ling Xiao refuse? The two returned to the demonic dragon sword court and entered the 4th floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda together. Just as they stepped into the 4th floor, Chun Yuan also appeared at the entrance of the 4th floor. Lord Demon Envoy. When the guard saw Chun Yuan, he bowed respectfully. Keep an eye on those two. If they're injured, inform me immediately. Chun Yuan was not completely confident that he could kill Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying, especially Jian Luoying, who was much stronger than him. Therefore, he would only have a chance if Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying were injured. The 9-floor demon pagoda was a good place. He could kill without anyone noticing. Even the 18th blade would not be able to find trouble with him. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what Chun Yuan was thinking. He and Jian Luoying had already reached the 4th floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda and started their battle. At first, Jian Luoying only released her cultivation base at the pinnacle of the 15th floor of the Yinyang realm to fight Ling Xiao. However, she soon realized that she was at a disadvantage, even though she had the upper hand earlier. Ling Xiao only needed to use his normal beast soul transformation to defeat her easily. He did not even need to use his most powerful unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Senior sister, it's better to use your cultivation base at the early stage of the 16th floor of the Yinyang realm. Ling Xiao needed to train himself in danger. Jian Luoying did not release much of her strength and could not stimulate his potential. All right, be careful. I won't go easy on you. Jian Luoying warned. That's exactly what I wanted. Ling Xiao said excitedly. If she went easy on him, she would not be able to help him much. When Jian Luoying released her cultivation base at the early stage of the Yinyang realm's 16th floor of the Yinyang realm, Ling Xiao finally felt a great threat. When his life was in danger, the potential in his body began to surge wildly. Of course, he was also beaten up badly. He had to use his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation to block Jian Luoying's attacks. However, every single time, he would be blasted away. But the more it was like this, the more excited he became. This was because the energy in his cultivation sea was increasing at a crazy speed. The battle lasted for an hour. Ling Xiao, who was covered in injuries, had no choice but to stop and rest. Although he was in a miserable state, he had gained a lot. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 30%. At this rate, he would probably reach the peak of the Yinyang realm's 15th floor of the Yinyang realm in less than a day. Although Jian Luoying was also injured, they were all minor injuries. Her combat strength had not decreased by much. As expected of senior sister, you're really amazing. Ling Xiao grinned. Don't mock me. I didn't go easy on you at all. I can't even defeat you after an hour. How embarrassing. The more Jian Luoying fought with Ling Xiao, the more she realized how terrifying his combat strength and techniques were. If she was a level 1 novice in this aspect, then Ling Xiao was a level 100 master. If they were on the same level, he would definitely be able to toy with her. Such a person was too powerful, too monstrous. Senior sister, let me ask you something. During the break, Ling Xiao could not help but ask, what's on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors of the 9-floor demon pagoda? I heard from my father that the 6th floor is the demonic dragon sword court's library. It contains most of the martial arts below the general level. The 7th floor is the treasure pavilion. There are a lot of precious treasures, elixirs, and other treasures. As for the 8th floor, to be honest, my father should know about it. But when he mentioned the 8th floor, he seemed to be very scary and never told me. He even said that even the demon lord would not easily go to the 8th floor. Jian Luoying answered, No wonder. I always felt that there was something suppressing the strong in the 9-floor demon pagoda. The black tortoise should be on the 8th floor. If I have the chance, I must go and take a look. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There's another question, senior sister Luoying. What's the difference between the demon lord's residence and the demon general's residence? Ling Xiao was also very concerned about the demon lord. After all, the demon lord had taken a fancy to his talent, but he chose the 18th sword. He must have angered the demon lord. Chapter 30:20. There's a huge difference, Jian Luoying said. The Demon Master Residence is a true gathering of heroes. It can even be said that it's the true core of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The disciples of the Demon Master Residence are called core disciples. They are the core disciples of the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court. Their statuses were above the 13 direct disciples of the Devil General Manor. In fact, the 3 people who came to the Wine Demon residence to cause trouble that day weren't ordinary disciples. They weren't even disciples, but attendants of the Demon Master residence. They were more or less like a scholar's errand boy, responsible for taking care of the daily needs of the core disciples. The cultivation of the core disciples varied, but the weakest was at the middle stage of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 16th level of hell. The strongest was Empress Lan Meichen. About a year ago, her cultivation was already at the early stage of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 17th level of hell. No one knew how strong her cultivation was now, because she hadn't fought since then. Other than the core disciples, the Demon Master residence had about 100 protectors, all of whom were martial artists at the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 17th level of hell. Above the protectors were the 9 demon kings. These 9 demon kings were stronger than the 13 demon generals. I heard from my father that they reached the late stage of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 17th level of hell 3 years ago. They might have reached the 18th level of hell by now. That can't be. I heard that the Demon Master is only at the peak of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 17th level of hell. Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. That's old news. Don't think that you're the only one who's improving. Others are improving as well. It's just that the higher the cultivation, the slower the improvement. My father said that the Demon Master's current cultivation is probably only below the strongest of the 9 supremes. Jian Luoying said very seriously, It seems that I can't judge people with old eyes. Many things are constantly evolving. Ling Xiao trusted Jian Luoying and 18th Sword's judgment. Oftentimes, legendary experts were actually even more powerful. All right, senior sister. I've rested enough. Let's continue. Ling Xiao stood up and impatiently asked for a fight. The battle began again. Ling Xiao fought Jian Luoying with all his strength. As for Sword Sakura, she was also doing her best to train him. Although Ling Xiao was covered in wounds after every battle, the energy in his cultivation sea, which was constantly increasing, made Ling Xiao smile brightly. After a day, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through and reached the peak of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of hell. However, the battle did not stop. The battle between the two continued. Jian Luoying could clearly sense that Ling Xiao was no longer in such a sorry state after his breakthrough. When the everlasting heavenly rat transformed, it could even pose a threat to her. And this advantage was getting bigger and bigger. It can't be, right? Where did this fellow come from? His talent is actually so monstrous. I'm afraid even my father didn't expect this. Those 13 devil generals must be blind to actually abandon him. The more time Sword Sakura spent with Ling Xiao, the more she fought him, the more she discovered just how mysterious and powerful Ling Xiao was. There was a fatal attraction to this man, which made her muddle-headed love for the first time. Boom! Just as Jian Luoying was distracted, Ling Xiao's attack suddenly came. Jian Luoying wanted to block it, but it was too late. Even though Ling Xiao realized something was wrong and forcefully pulled back, the attack still landed on Jian Luoying's body, severely injuring her. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Ling Xiao panicked. If anything happened to Jian Luoying, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. As he spoke, he had already stuffed a healing pill into Jian Luoying's mouth. "I won't die yet, but your attack is really strong. It's not your fault. It's my fault for being distracted." Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. "Stop talking, senior sister. Just stay here and treat your injuries. I'll stand guard for you." Ling Xiao checked on Jian Luoying's condition and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that her life was not in danger. "I'm really fine. I'm really happy to see your strength continue to rise. Do you know why my father has been holding back for so many years, refusing to let the Wine Demon Manor's disciples display their true strength in the Black Tortoise Seal contest?" Jian Luoying leaned against the stone wall and asked with a smile. Her voice was soft, but her words were clear. "Why?" Ling Xiao was curious. Because of the Devil Lord, he set a new rule. Whichever Devil General's mansion gets the worst score in this Black Tortoise Seal contest will be disbanded. Moreover, if the Wine Demon Manor is still the last place, my father will have to marry me off to the cultivator who obtains the Black Tortoise Seal. Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. "Why do I work so hard to cultivate? It's to prevent my fate from being controlled by this misfortune. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but because the Wine Demon Manor's cultivation resources have been controlled for a long time. Other than me, they don't have any worthy disciples. Previously, it was really hard for me to bear this burden alone. But your appearance has really given me hope. There's actually such a thing. I didn't even know about it." Ling Xiao frowned, but soon after, he laughed in a carefree manner. "Senior Sister Luoying, you've been so good to me. No matter what, this time, I won't let the Wine Demon residence disband, nor will I let you marry someone you don't like for no reason. Are you really confident?" Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. "Actually, I don't have much confidence. Senior Sister Luoying, it's impossible for you to obtain the Black Tortoise Seal, because within a month, I'll definitely defeat you." Ling Xiao chuckled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. That sunny smile actually caused Jian Luoying to be instantly infatuated. What an adulterous pair, coming here to flirt. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, causing both Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying to frown. The newcomer was Chun Yuan. I've waited for an entire day, and it wasn't easy for Jian Luoying to be heavily injured. Ha ha ha, this is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Both of you don't even think about leaving this place alive. As he spoke, Chun Yuan's body began to transform. This guy actually possessed a beast martial soul. Moreover, it was a huge wild boar. After transforming, Chun Yuan looked like a ferocious beast, with terrifying fangs protruding from his mouth. His eyes were also scarlet red. A heaven-sent opportunity? I don't think so. Ling Xiao stood in front of Jian Luoying and looked coldly at Chun Yuan. "If you want to live, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. You and I don't have any deep grudges, so don't court death." Ha 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 ha. "You're still so stubborn when you're about to die." In Chun Yuan's opinion, Ling Xiao's words were a show of strength. He didn't care at all. "Don't worry, kid. After I kill you, I'll taste the Wine Demon General's daughter for you. You killed my woman, Lin Xian, so I'll make your woman suffer." Chapter 3021. I didn't kill Lin Xian. Ling Xiao said with a frown. "You can fool others, but you can't fool me. The Ling Xiao on the bounty list must be you." Chun Yuan stubbornly believed that there was no such coincidence in this world. They were both called Ling Xiao. They were both 16 years old, but they were extremely powerful. They were both frivolous and arrogant. They were both on good terms with Lin Geng and at odds with Lin Xian. Although they looked different, and he couldn't find any flaws, he still believed that the two Ling Xiao were the same person. Fine, I admit that I killed her. Why? Do you want to avenge that bitch? Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to hide it from Chun Yuan. After all, he wasn't afraid of Chun Yuan now. Although he couldn't defeat Jian Luoying, who had unleashed her cultivation to the early stage of the 16th level of hell, he didn't fear Jian Luoying. However, he wasn't afraid of Chun Yuan, who was at the same cultivation level as Jian Luoying. After all, Chun Yuan was a far cry from Jian Luoying. It's good that you admit it. Today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As Chun Yuan spoke, he released a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding beasts to flee. Hee, you need to have the strength to avenge others. That bitch Lin Xian wanted to kill me and was killed by me. She deserved it. Do you want to become the second Lin Xian? Ling Xiao said coldly. Humph. Perhaps your combat strength is not bad, but do you have the ability to protect that woman when you fight with me? Chun Yuan chose to attack Jian Luoying when she was heavily injured because he was afraid of her strength. Another reason was that she would be a burden that would greatly reduce Ling Xiao's combat strength. His chances of winning would also be higher. He wasn't a brainless person. Ling Xiao smiled. He could have placed Jian Luoying in the beast ring, but he gave up after hearing Chun Yuan's words. There was no need to deal with this kind of trash. He had plenty of ways to protect Jian Luoying. I'll stand here and let you hit me. If I take a step back, I lose. Ling Xiao said to Chun Yuan. Arrogant. Chun Yuan roared angrily and pounced towards Ling Xiao. After transforming, his body was much bigger. When he rushed over, his feet created a loud rumbling sound, as if there was an earthquake. From this, one could see how powerful this person was. Ling Xiao also instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly mouse, facing a martial artist at the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he spoke disdainfully, he did not dare to be careless in battle. Rumble! The two of them had a probing collision. Chun Yuan was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. The wall, which was 3 to 4 meters thick, immediately collapsed. Chun Yuan only managed to stabilize himself with the help of the resistance. What? Chun Yuan could not believe that he had lost to Ling Xiao in terms of strength when he was in his beast soul form. Why are you so surprised? If you had come to me for revenge earlier, you might have had an advantage. But now, with just this transformation, it's impossible for you to win against me. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. After his cultivation had reached the peak of the 15th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, Ling Xiao's combat strength had skyrocketed. With the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation and the awakening power of the sun god, he was not afraid of Chun Yuan at all. Good, very good. Seems like the 13 demon generals back then had truly misjudged you. To think that your talent would be so frightening. Since that's the case, I don't have to hide anymore. I will use my strongest combat strength to kill you. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body began to release a surge of dragon aura. This aura was similar to that of an ancient divine dragon. However, it should be weaker than the ancient divine dragon martial soul. If it was not a martial soul, what was it? Ling Xiao, be careful. Chun Yuan seems to have cultivated an advanced general-level body-tempering martial art, Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. Jian Luoying reminded him. That's not right. Isn't the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body an advanced soldier-level martial art? When I got the Demon Dragon Sword, I gave up on this martial art. Ling Xiao was a little confused. The one you mentioned is just a modified imitation. The real Imperial Celestial Dragon body is definitely an advanced general-level martial art. Even in the Demon Dragon Sword Court, this body-tempering martial art is the best. I don't know where Qin Yuan got it from. Logically speaking, even that demon General Chen Luo shouldn't have it. Jian Luoying frowned and said, "Anyway, you must be careful. This guy is obviously going to go all out. I don't know the specific combat strength of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, but you must not be careless." Ling Xiao nodded. He was suddenly very interested. His current physical body was very strong. Without the beast soul transformation, martial artists below the peak of the 15th level of hell would not be able to hurt him. However, people always had to look up. The stronger the physical body, the higher the chances of survival. The Imperial Celestial Dragon body would definitely bring him great benefits. Moreover, this was an advanced general-level martial art, which was one level higher than the Golden Phoenix transformation. It must not be bad. Moreover, he could also feel that after Qin Yuan used the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, not only did his physical body become extremely strong, but his combat strength also soared at the same time. It would be a pity if he did not get his hands on such a good thing. Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic eyes had the ability to absorb souls. Even if Qin Yuan did not have the martial art manual with him, he would definitely be able to get it. While he was thinking, the dragon aura on Qin Yuan's body became more and more intense. His body began to change. Under the beast soul transformation, layers of dragon scales began to appear. Behind him, a thick and powerful tail covered in dragon scales appeared. Of course, this was just a change in appearance. What was more shocking was the change in Qin Yuan's aura. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Qin Yuan was like a divine dragon hovering there, staring at him. It gave him a lot of pressure. Just a single breath was enough to make people feel fear, causing the entire ground to tremble. Now, do you still think you're a match for me? In front of the terrifying power of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, you're just a pitiful little bug. Qin Yuan's confidence was restored again. His powerful combat strength made him fearless. Is that so? Then I'd like to see if your physical body is stronger or if my potential is greater. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his expression did not change. In a battle, the last thing one should do was to let others judge anything from one's expression. Still stubborn? Kill. Qin Yuan did not waste any more words. With the beast soul transformation and the power of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, he rushed toward Ling Xiao. A terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared around him, and the scene was very shocking. The broken wall was also torn into pieces by the gust of wind brought about by the force of the wind. He did not attack. He was just moving, but it was as terrifying as a huge wave in the sea. Chapter 3022. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Qin Yuan coldly. His inner force was constantly being activated. His fists contained the same terrifying energy. Jian Luoying was behind him, and she was not affected by the energy at all. He had blocked all the attacks. He stood in front of Yi Futian. "You're courting death." Seeing that Ling Xiao was not going to dodge and was going to fight him head-on, Qin Yuan revealed a cruel smile. Then, their fists fiercely collided with each other. A terrifying explosion sounded on the 4th floor of the 9-story demon tower. Uffed! Ling Xiao did not retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was slightly pale. Under normal circumstances, the best choice for such an attack was to reduce the opponent's power while retreating. However, Ling Xiao wanted to stimulate the potential in his body to a greater extent, and at the same time to protect Jian Luoying. He did not retreat. Naturally, the harvest was also huge. Just this punch alone increased the energy in his cultivation C by 10%. One had to know that to advance from the pinnacle to the next major realm, every 10% required 10 times more energy than before. If this energy was to advance from the late stage to the pinnacle, it would be 100% of the energy in his cultivation C. Ling Zhao's gains could not be said to be small. However, Chunyuan obviously did not know this. He was very excited to see Ling Zhao spit out blood from his attack. Ha ha ha, you overconfident kid. You're willing to get hurt to protect that little girl. It seems that the two of you have a special relationship. I suddenly thought of a good idea. I won't kill you later. I'll play with that little girl in front of you. It must be very enjoyable. Chunyuan laughed maniacally. He knew that he had the upper hand. Ling Zhao could no longer compete with him. Therefore, his confidence gradually turned into arrogance. Die, die, die. Chunyuan, who had gained the upper hand, began to attack like a storm. Under the enhancement of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution, his fists became more powerful than any divine weapon. Ling Zhao kept blocking. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. What a powerful body-refining martial art. The more powerful Chunyuan's body-refining martial art was, the more excited Ling Zhao was. Because once he obtained it, it would become his. Ling Zhao, don't worry about me. He won't dare to do anything to me. Seeing Ling Zhao get beaten up so miserably, Sword Sakura shouted, her heart aching unbearably. Little did she know that the reason Ling Zhao took the initiative to take Chunyuan's attack was not purely to protect her, but also to use this battle to improve his cultivation. It was precisely because he didn't know that he was worried. She was worried that Ling Zhao would be killed because of her. Hee, you actually managed to get the concern of a beauty before you die. You should be happy now that you're dead. Chunyuan sneered. However, his attacks did not stop. Instead, they seemed to be accelerating. Don't worry, Senior Luo Ying, I won't die. As Ling Zhao spoke, he swallowed a 1,000-year Lingji pill. The medicinal efficacy instantly erupted. He was invigorated once more. A large amount of energy was released from the 1,000-year Lingji pill. 90% of it turned into his body's potential. The remaining 10% became the key to healing his injuries and improving his cultivation base. Soon, the energy in his cultivation base had increased to 30%. Although the increase was slower as time went on, 30% was already very fast. If not for the threat of death, this 30% energy would probably take at least a month to materialize. Damn it! Chunyuan had not expected Ling Zhao to have such a miraculous pill. He was infuriated for a moment. After I kill you, all the good stuff on you will be mine. The 1,000-year Lingji pill could actually heal the damage he had caused instantly. This infuriated him beyond measure. However, he believed that Ling Zhao would not have such a miraculous pill on him anymore. Even the top experts of the 9 Supremes would not have more than a handful of such items. Ling Zhao was only a 16-year-old youth. It was already shocking that he had such a pill. How could he have more? However, even if he did not have this miraculous pill, Ling Zhao must have other good stuff on him. He must get these things. Kill. Thinking of this, Chunyuan's attacks became more hurried. The power of each punch became stronger as well. Previously, he had only used 70% of his strength, thinking that it would be enough to defeat Ling Zhao. Now, however, he had used 80% of his strength. He did not believe that he could not kill Ling Zhao. However, after a full 5 to 6 minutes of attacks, Ling Zhao, who looked half dead, had swallowed another 3,000-year Lingji pills. His body had recovered again. Not only had he recovered, even his aura had become stronger than before. 50% of my cultivation base. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Although the effect of the 1,000-year Lingji pill was getting worse, he still had a lot of it. Besides, even if he had used it all up, he could still get other better herbs to refine better pills. There was no need to be frugal with pills. If he could use them to increase his strength, he would use them to increase his strength. This can't go on. If this continues, I will be exhausted to death by this brat. Chun Yuan suddenly looked at Jian Luoying when he realized that his attacks were ineffective. That's right. Why was I so stupid? As long as I capture Jian Luoying, this brat will definitely hold back. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He pretended to attack Ling Xiao, but suddenly turned around and attacked Jian Luoying, who was behind Ling Xiao. Do you think you can fool me with this little trick of yours? The sword of marrow-sucking appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. At the same time, the sword martial soul bloomed behind him. Ling Xiao immediately released his most powerful offensive martial technique, the true demon supreme sword. Even Chun Yuan would not dare to ignore the sword of marrow-sucking, an elite emperor weapon. In order to ensure that Chun Yuan would give up attacking Jian Luoying, he activated the true demon supreme sword. Ling Xiao even released the bloodthirsty plague. The effect of the bloodthirsty plague, released by the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul, was simply outstanding. In just an instant, Chun Yuan felt a terrifying threat. Chun Yuan screamed and hurriedly fled to the side. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. How can this be? How can your combat strength be so terrifying? Even with the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution and the Beast Soul transformation, he still felt the threat of death. The attack that Ling Xiao released in that instant was truly incomparably powerful. He found it hard to understand. After all, just a day ago, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Yin-Yang stage's 15th level of hell. But now, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle. Not only that, but he was also stronger than ordinary pinnacle martial artists. The instant explosive power released by the sword was comparable to a general-level martial technique. If he did not dodge, it would be terrible. How terrifying is this brat's talent? If we let him continue to grow, what will happen? Chapter 30:23. Chun Yuan was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao's explosive power was enough to threaten his life. He did not dare to continue attacking Jian Luoying. However, the trouble did not stop there. The moment the true Demon Supreme Sword was released, the bloodthirsty plague also erupted. At that moment, Chun Yuan felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing on his body. His blood and qi churned and wailed. It was as if his body was being ravaged by microbes. What the hell? Chun Yuan was truly scared. He circulated his inner strength and finally blocked the terrifying germs that could destroy his limbs and bones. However, he still had to face the attack of Ling Xiao's true demon supreme sword before he could recover from the shock. Damned thing. It seems that if I don't kill you with all my strength, I won't be able to touch that little girl. Chun Yuan accepted reality and unleashed 90% of his power. He roared like a wild boar. He punched out with both fists, which turned into the shadow of a ferocious wild boar and charged toward Ling Xiao. Although the wild boar looked extremely ugly, it was extremely powerful. It was more powerful than any of Chun Yuan's previous attacks. The roar of the boar king. Jian Luoying was leaning against the wall. She was extremely nervous, but now she closed her eyes. She did not want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. She wanted to heal her injuries as soon as possible. The healing pill that Ling Xiao gave her was very effective. As long as she focused, she could heal most of her injuries within half an hour. Idiot, you already have a woman you love. Why are you still so nice to me? I'll misunderstand. Jian Luoying's eyes were closed, but she could not stop her tears from falling. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what Jian Luoying was thinking. Did he need to think about saving someone he was indebted to? Of course not. That was how Ling Xiao got to where he was today. Boom. Finally, the true demon's supreme sword collided with the roar of the Boar King. The terrifying radiation that was produced instantly caused several sections of the surrounding walls to collapse. Even so, Jian Luoying, who was behind Ling Xiao, did not feel any harm from the energy. There wasn't even the slightest breeze. Ling Xiao was like a mountain blocking the way. No matter how Chun Yuan attacked, it was useless. Puff, ah! The sword of marrow in Ling Xiao's hand emitted a terrifying power, directly hitting his chest. Once again, he spat out blood. The amount of blood loss was even greater than before. This guy is serious. Even if he has to split a portion of his power to suppress the bloodthirsty plague, his attack power is still so strong. Sure enough, the difference between a major realm and a minor realm is really different. Ling Xiao felt that several of his ribs were broken. The situation was really quite tragic. His most powerful attack was completely destroyed by a single punch from the other party. He grabbed a handful of 1,000-year Ganoderma pills, about 10 of them, and swallowed them. His body began to recover rapidly. At the same time, he sensed that the energy in his cultivation sea had soared to 70%. Humph! Let's see how many elixirs you have. Chun Yuan was displeased when he saw Ling Xiao taking the pills, but at this stage, he could only continue to attack. Even if Ling Xiao was the disciple of the immortal bird Bai Fong, could he have an endless supply of such precious elixirs? Moreover, he planned to use 100% of his power the next time. He swore that he would not give up until he destroyed Ling Xiao. I won't use it again. It's a waste to eat too many of these elixirs in a day. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Next, prepare to suffer my thunderous fury. You're just bluffing. If you really had more power, you wouldn't have waited until now to use it, Chun Yuan said disdainfully. Moreover, with your power, even if your combat power soars tenfold, you still won't be a match for me. Is that so? Some words shouldn't be said too confidently. Next, I'll show you something very interesting. Ling Xiao could sense that he would definitely not be able to withstand Chun Yuan's attack with 100% of his power. Therefore, he had to increase his combat power and kill Chun Yuan in one fell swoop. Although he wanted to use Chun Yuan to increase his strength, it seemed that he couldn't. Although he still had life backtrack, his trump card, he didn't want to waste it. There were so many enemies now. If he didn't have to, he would never use it easily. Otherwise, once he used it and died, it would be a tragedy. Moreover, he did have a stronger magic that could kill his opponent. That was the bloody rat. Ever since he obtained the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul, the power of the sun god had awakened, and the magic of the bloody rat had evolved. Originally, after using it once, his cultivation would regress a lot. Therefore, after using it once, he didn't plan to use it again. But now it was different. After the evolution, the bloody rat had different choices. The first choice was to increase all attributes by 2 times. After using it, there were no side effects, and the consumption of internal force was relatively small. The second choice was to increase all attributes by 10 times. After using it, his cultivation would regress a small realm, and his internal force would be consumed more. The third choice was to increase all attributes by 100 times. After using it, his cultivation would regress a large realm, and his internal force would be consumed greatly. This meant that the duration would be shortened. More importantly, the burden on his body would also become huge. After using it, he would basically become a pile of mud. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. It could be seen that the third choice was very heaven-defying, with all attributes increased by 100 times. Ling Xiao would definitely be able to challenge opponents 100 times stronger than him. But at the same time, the price would be huge. The second choice was more neutral. It would increase his attributes by 10 times and regress a small realm. The price was acceptable. Although the consumption of internal force was relatively large, it was not to an unacceptable extent. The first choice was to increase his combat strength by 2 times. There were no side effects, and the consumption of internal force was very small. This time, Ling Xiao chose the first choice. Increase his combat strength by 2 times. According to his estimation, after the increase, his actual combat strength was infinitely close to the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the yin-yang transformation stage. There should be no problem in defeating Chen Yuan. The last 2 choices were not necessary for the time being. As the bloody rat was used, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of dazzling red light. It was as gorgeous as fresh blood. At the same time, all his attributes were constantly soaring. They had increased to 2 times their current level. This effect was absolutely outstanding. It should be noted that for ordinary auxiliary martial arts, it was already very impressive to increase one's combat strength by a few %. But the first level of the bloody rat could directly increase all his attributes by 2 times. There were no side effects. For him, the bloody rat on the first level could be used as a standby in the future. Looking at Ling Xiao surrounded by blood, Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 3024. What's going on? How did your strength increase again? Sensing the rise of Ling Xiao's aura, Chen Yuan could no longer remain calm. He was just bragging when he said that Ling Xiao wouldn't be his opponent even if his combat strength increased tenfold. He thought that Ling Xiao couldn't increase his combat strength anymore. But when the reality was right in front of him, he was shocked. Although the increase was 2-fold and not 10-fold, it still brought him a lot of pressure. You said that I wouldn't be your opponent even if my combat strength increased 10-fold. Now that I've only increased it by 2-fold, why are you afraid? After completing the first transformation of the bloodthirsty rat, Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Bullshit! Chen Yuan didn't believe it. He couldn't even believe what he saw with his own eyes. He roared crazily and unleashed all of his power, trying to end the battle with his strongest attack. However, with the increase of all of Ling Xiao's attributes, the threat of the bloodthirsty rat doubled at the same time. Chen Yuan originally only needed 10% of his power to suppress the bloodthirsty rat, but now he needed at least 30% of his power to suppress it. In other words, he could only use 70% of his power to attack Ling Xiao. This was something that Chen Yuan didn't expect at all. The bloodthirsty rat's rampage was tormenting him. He couldn't get rid of it and could only suppress it with all his might. It's over. Ling Xiao sneered. The true Demon Supreme Sword, which was twice as powerful as before, was finally released. The terrifying sword aura roared toward Chen Yuan. No. Chen Yuan wanted to escape, but there was no chance. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he was too close to Ling Xiao. If he escaped from here, he could only leave his back to Ling Xiao. In this moment of hesitation, a pitch-black ray of light pierced through his throat. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. Soul assimilation. In the moment before Chen Yuan died, Ling Xiao used soul assimilation to read the cultivation method of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body from Chen Yuan's soul. So this guy's Imperial Celestial Dragon Body is only at the initial level. Initial level is already so powerful. How powerful will it be when it reaches the transcendent level? Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. This time, he had really picked up a treasure. Chen Yuan, he shouldn't be my enemy. He turned around and glanced at Jian Luoying. She closed her eyes. Ling Xiao dispelled the bloody weasel and beast soul transformation. He also sat down cross-legged. After the battle with Chun Yuan, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to more than 70%. If he continued to work hard, he should be able to increase it to 80%. A lot of the potential in his body had been released and was now returning to his cells. After a long while, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes again. The energy in his cultivation sea had been consolidated to about 80%. This harvest was not small at all. He turned around and looked at Jian Luoying. She was looking at him in surprise. Jian Luoying had finished healing. She wanted to help Ling Xiao get rid of Chun Yuan. She didn't expect that when she opened her eyes, Chun Yuan's body was already there. Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged, with his eyes closed, cultivating. She was extremely shocked and touched by this scene. Ling Xiao had been beaten up badly by Chun Yuan in order to protect her. Although he won in the end, Jian Luoying couldn't forget what he did for her. She didn't ask Ling Xiao how he won. Instead, she planted a kiss on Ling Xiao's forehead. "Thank you, little crazy." Ling Xiao was stunned. F***CK, what's going on? I'm a man with a woman. How could I be kissed by someone? Ahem, senior sister Luoying, I know I'm charming enough, but you didn't have to do such a sudden attack. I wasn't prepared for it at all. Show off. Jian Luoying blushed and knocked Ling Xiao on the head. You'd better think about how to deal with this body. Chun Yuan is a demon envoy after all. His death will definitely cause a commotion. That's easy. Ling Xiao raised his hand and burned Chun Yuan's body to ashes. He only took his storage ring. Damn, he died without a corpse. But we still have to be careful. I'll tell my father about this later, so that he's mentally prepared. If anything happens, he'll have a better plan. Jian Luoying reminded. Yeah, that's true. Ling Xiao thought about it. After all, this was the 9-floored demon tower. Who knew if anyone else saw this battle? It was always right to be careful. He believed that with the 18th sword's ability, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with such a small matter. However, he probably couldn't stay in the 9-floored demon tower any longer. Ling Xiao planned to return to the Wine Demon residence and cultivate the Imperial Celestial Dragon form first. Then, with the Golden Phoenix form and the Imperial Celestial Dragon form, he didn't believe that there would be anyone in the same generation who could defeat him. Let's go back to the Wine Demon residence. Ling Xiao stood up and said, Okay. Jian Luoying nodded obediently. The two left the 9-floored demon tower. Not long after they left, someone appeared on the 4th floor, where they had just fought. Chun Yuan's aura disappeared here. The person who spoke was a man in a black robe and a mask. Needless to say, he was the protector of the Demon Master residence. I believe it was either Jian Luoying or that kid called Ling Xiao who killed him. Go back and report to the Demon Master immediately. The other person was dressed in the same way. It should be Jian Luoying. We've been observing her for a long time. Her strength is probably close to breaking through the 17th level of hell, but she's been keeping a low profile. However, paper can't wrap fire. As for that Ling Xiao, he's not even worth mentioning. The person in front said, Yeah, I think so too. Go and report to the Demon Master immediately. The two people came and left in a hurry. If Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying hadn't left, they would have definitely bumped into them. It was hard to say what would have happened then. After all, the people from the Demon Master residence didn't have a good impression of the people from the Wine Demon residence. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. He and Jian Luoying went their separate ways after returning to the Wine Demon residence. Jian Luoying went to report the situation. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, returned to his residence and began cultivating. Time was of the essence. The imperial celestial dragon form was of a higher level than the golden phoenix form. It would probably take a long time to comprehend it and cultivate it to minor completion. However, he felt that it was worth it. As long as he succeeded in cultivating the imperial celestial dragon form, he would be able to withstand more powerful attacks. This way, the speed of his cultivation would also increase. As for opponents, there were plenty. After all, Ling Xiao had made many enemies. Chapter 3025. The cultivation of the imperial celestial dragon body was easier than expected. This was because Ling Xiao possessed the best element for the cultivation of the imperial celestial dragon body, the divine dragon bloodline. He possessed the bloodline of the immemorial golden dragon king. Therefore, it took him less than a day to reach the initial stage of the imperial celestial dragon body, which was extremely difficult for others. As for the improvement of the fire, it could only be solved through actual combat. Although the results of his sparring with Jian Luoying were good, Jian Luoying would not kill him. If he could not face the threat of death, he would not be able to improve his martial skills or cultivation to the greatest extent. He could not wait. Therefore, he quietly left the Demon Dragon Sword Court and came to Ming's city. Of course, he had already reverted to his original appearance when he arrived at Ming's city. He believed that many people would be hunting him down. He deliberately came to find these people. Ling Xiao first went to a restaurant and spread the word that anyone who wanted to kill him could come to the restaurant to find him. As soon as he said that, dozens of people in the restaurant stood up. Some people hurriedly left to spread the news. "Are you all here to kill me?" Ling Xiao raised his eyes and looked at those people. He had to admit that there were some people among these cultivators that made him excited. Suddenly, it began to rain. The rain fell on the eaves, making pitter-patter sounds. There were no pedestrians on the street. Only in the restaurant, a murderous aura had already surrounded Ling Xiao. "Kid, you are really brave. We were afraid that we would not be able to find you. I did not expect you to show yourself." The person who spoke held a treasured sword in his arms. His cultivation was actually at the middle stage of the 16th level of hell. "Are you all bounty hunters?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. We are all bounty hunters. Today, we are all here for your life. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones is also a great temptation to us." The person holding the sword said coldly, "You better not resist. That way, we won't have to kill you, and you can live for a few more days. Otherwise, you will die. Anyway, on the bounty list, life or death doesn't matter. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. If you don't want to die, you can get lost." Ling Xiao said coldly. At the same time, a cold aura was released from his body. It was like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed, exuding an extremely cold, murderous aura. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. An elite team of martial artists appeared outside the restaurant. They were all dressed in the same way. They were all warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The leader of the group held a long spear. His cultivation was also at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. The law enforcement team of the Heavenly Sword Hall is here. Who dares to act rashly? Ling Xiao's life is ours. The person holding the spear said in a clear voice, "Corporal Chen, aren't you being a little too overbearing? Anyway, your people from the Heavenly Sword Hall won't be able to get the bounty even if they capture him. Why don't you let us profit from him?" The man holding the sword said coldly, "Bullshit. Wang Qing, listen up. Ling Xiao is the enemy of the Heavenly Sword Hall. You bounty hunters can just take advantage of the situation, but you actually dare to snatch people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. You are simply courting death. Corporal Chen said angrily. They actually didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was already a fish on the chopping board. They only needed to discuss who would eat the fish. Don't use the Heavenly Sword Hall to pressure me. You are just a small corporal. You can't represent the Heavenly Sword Hall at all. Since we have come to Ming City, how can we leave without getting some benefits? Wang Qing said coldly. The rest of the bounty hunters also echoed his words. Although these people were afraid of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they still didn't care about a small corporal. Ling Xiao, it's mine. None of you can snatch him away. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the corner of the street. Then, everyone saw a person wearing a bamboo hat appear. He raised his head. His eyes were closed as if he couldn't see anything. However, the cold aura released from his body sent chills down people's spines. What a strong aura! This aura is comparable to Lin Chuang's. Could it be another martial artist at the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm? And he is actually blind? Ling Xiao was shocked. He originally thought that the person who came to kill him would at most be a martial artist at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, who would have thought that such a strong person would come? Wu Qing, Corporal Chun, and Wang Qing's faces turned pale. Both of them were very proud, but they didn't dare to resist Wu Qing. Although Wu Qing was blind, he was ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. They were no match for him. The rain continued to fall. However, it couldn't hide the terrifying murderous aura in the restaurant. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Wu Qing coldly. He knew that when this person attacked, the others would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, his goal today was to defeat Wu Qing. However, the difficulty of this task was truly quite high. While he was thinking, Wu Qing's voice suddenly sounded again. I was only invited to fight with Shui Yi. However, that guy seemed to have something urgent and left first. He postponed the fight to 7 days later. Anyway, it's boring. Who asked me to meet you? Don't worry. As long as you can take one of my attacks, I won't trouble you anymore. Corporal Chen and Wang Qing were helpless when they heard that. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he take one of Wu Qing's attacks? In fact, Wu Qing had never used a second attack when he wanted to kill someone. Killing with one attack was what he was most praised for. Corporal Chen, it seems like there's nothing for us to do. We can only watch the show. Wang Qing smiled and sat down, continuing to drink and eat. Corporal Chen was also a little depressed. If Wu Qing really attacked, he couldn't stop him. He didn't dare to stop him either. He could only watch for now. You're very confident in yourself. That's right, I'm not your match. However, it shouldn't be difficult for me to take one of your attacks. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qing and said, Come, attack. He was a little worried and excited. He knew very well that as long as Wu Qing attacked, and he didn't die, his cultivation base could basically break through. If things went well, his Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution might also be improved to lesser mastery because of this fight. This was a challenge. It was also an opportunity. Many bounty hunters looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be surprised. Ling Xiao actually dared to let Wu Qing attack instead of running away. It seemed like he really didn't know how terrifying Wu Qing's sword was. A smile appeared on Wu Qing's face. It was a strange smile. He didn't know what it meant. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that Wu Qing's smile was mocking him for his ignorance. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread and exploded in the void. It was cold, sharp, and terrifying,